again. Then jumping back to the news, you know how you might hear Fox News hosts and others say things like go woke, go broke? Right now, you've got a lot of people saying Target abandoned woke. And that after people saw today's headlines, the company's replacing its CEO as sales are falling. This morning, you saw in early trading that Target's stock fell around 8%. And according to the AP, the team reported flat comparable sales in 9 of the past quarters, with sales month, with net income also going down 21%. And that is, it's worth noting that Target's been struggling for a few years after peaking during COVID. You know, there have been a ton of different factors at play, like competition from rival stores and tariffs, not to mention consumer habits changing dramatically after the pandemic, people not needing as many home gadgets and TVs, especially with inflation. But also, many have been pointing to the ongoing boycotts that Target's faced after getting rid of its DEI initiatives in January as Trump was taking office. You saw tons of different campaigns and initiatives encouraging people to shop elsewhere. Those, including one that was initially set to coincide with Lent and last just 40 days, but due to its success, the group opted to continue. And again, while the boycotts were definitely not the only thing impacting Target this quarter, you had outlets like Forbes noting Target's current status offers a valuable lesson in navigating the complex intersection of business and politics, which is underscoring the importance of consistency. Adjusting a company's DEI program may seem like an easy way to appease certain stakeholders in lieu of others, but the long-term consequences can be the questioning of consumer trust and loyalty. And this is earlier this month, you had Jamal Bryant, a pastor who led the boycotts, even talking about the protest to Bloomberg, and actually saying they focused on Target because it previously was also very supportive of the Black community and Black-owned brands, and adding, "We will break Target, we will break any company that doesn't honor our dignity while they are trying to take our dollar." And in fact, during the report from last quarter, you had Target acknowledging that the boycotts did impact business. So now that Brian Cornell, who was CEO at the time that DEI policies were rolled back, is being replaced with something new, you have people seeing this as a win. Or people saying things online like Target sold out their core customers and torched their own brand. They chose this path and now they're paying for it. As well as a reminder, Black consumers hold $1.8 trillion in spending power, and we're done spending it on companies that play in our faces. And all of this is the new CEO will officially come in at 2026. So there, notably, you had an analyst telling CNN that today's stock slump shows that the markets aren't impressed with the new pick, as he's an internal hire, and explaining that does not necessarily remedy the problems of entrenched groupthink and the inward-looking mindset that have plagued Target for years. Target, which used to be very attuned to customer demand, has lost its grip on delivering for the American shopper. But with all that said, I'd really love to know where you land on this, right? Do you see this as a victory for the boycotters? Do you think it's more multi-factor? Why not? I'd love to hear from you. America's new weapon to fight illegal immigration is apparently black paint. With you seeing Kristi Noem, the Department of Homeland Security Secretary, announcing at the border.
If you look at the structure that's behind me, it's tall, which makes it very, very difficult to climb. Almost impossible. It also goes deep into the ground, which would make it very difficult, if not impossible, to dig under. And today, we are also going to be painting it black.
As far as how this black paint will reduce illegal crossings, you had Noem saying,
that is specifically at the request of the president, who understands that in the hot temperatures down here, when something is painted black, it gets even warmer. And it will make it even harder for people to climb.
But then, U.S. Border Patrol Chief Michael Banks quickly adding that there would also be other benefits, such as preventing rust on the wall. And currently, it's unclear how much it's going to cost to paint the wall, but it likely will come from the $46.5 billion that Congress set aside in the so-called Big Beautiful Bill to modernize the border barrier system. And this notably as it's not the first time that Trump has tried to paint the wall black. Right in 2020, U.S. Customs and Border Protection announced that it was testing a black coating on the wall. So there, you had some agency officials feeling like it wouldn't be very effective and was just being done to make Trump happy. With the general mindset being a black metal border wall, yes, it's going to be hot. The southern border is essentially desert-like all the way across it, and it's already hot as hell. Black absorbs more light and thus more energy, making objects even hotter. Well, it's hard to get an exact number for how hot that's going to make the beams. It is safe to say that it will burn the shit out of you. I mean, Phoenix roads, they get to about 160 degrees Fahrenheit in the summer, which is enough to severely burn people. Metal, I mean, it gets even hotter, but, and this is a big but, it's also not hard to counter a hot surface. Where most people do it every day, even if it's something around the house, like taking stuff out of a hot oven. And then as far as the wall, you have experts noting that it's already pretty common for migrants to use things like rope ladders to climb the wall, since it's already difficult to climb and it's hot as fuck. But also, notably with this announcement, you had the news that about 700 new miles of border wall is going to be built. They say that they're making good progress with about a half a mile a day being laid down. But then that also, it brings us to the connected questions between these two things, and you have people asking, is this even necessary? Because you have the Trump administration claiming that there were about 6,000 detentions at the border in all of June, which is a record low according to the administration. And in fact, they claim that it's 90% lower than what the border crossings were last year under Biden. With the administration so happy with the numbers that Trump said in a statement, history made again. The numbers don't lie. This is the most secure the border has ever been. President Trump didn't just manage the crisis, he obliterated. No more excuses, no more releases.
The colander, I wonder what that is.
Taking our border back. Which is then, when
it looks awesome.
If the numbers are that, then why do this other thing of a black wall? Asking, is it just performative, and could the money be better spent elsewhere? But then also, while we're on the subject of keeping people out of this country, let's talk about this statement. America's benefits should not be given to those who despise the country and promote anti-American ideologies. That is what you had a spokesperson saying as Trump's U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services announced that they are expanding social media vetting, with it already being introduced in June to cover more immigrants and to include searches for, quote, anti-American activity. With the spokesperson adding, immigration benefits, including to live and work in the United States, remain a privilege, not a right. And that coming 2 months after the State Department began vetting student visa applicants for what they said were hostile attitudes towards our citizens, culture, government, institutions, or founding principles. And so starting next week, it appears that not just students, but anyone applying to work or live in the United States will be put through this scrutiny. So now one of the obvious questions that you have people asking is, well, what exactly is anti-Americanism? Because the administration, they don't give any clear definition, which has led to experts calling this vague and unconstitutional. For example, a senior fellow at the American Immigration Council writing, the term has no prior precedent in immigration law, and its definition is entirely up to the Trump admin. Right? And then likening Trump's policy to McCarthyism, which is a reference to the Red Scare of the 1950s. And you have many saying that's on point there, because the White House itself points to the 1952 Immigration and Nationality Act for some examples of anti-American ideologies, or with the relevant section banning Communist Party members, advocates of world communism, opponents of all organized government, and people who wish to overthrow the U.S. government by force or violence from becoming citizens. But then you have people saying, well, if all of that is already banned by the act, it's unclear what the Trump administration is doing differently, unless it means more by anti-American than those categories. And there, its press release offers some clues. It's saying, though, that for people who promote or engage in anti-Semitic activity, anti-Semitic ideologies, anti-Semitic terrorism, and anti-Semitic terrorist organizations. Which then, given the government's recent treatment of universities and their students, has led many people to suspect that this is just another ploy to silence political dissent. With people asking things like, is being against the recent strike in Iran or being in favor of a ceasefire in Gaza anti-American or anti-Semitic? What if you personally don't like Trump as president, or you shared a post on a recent South Park episodes making fun of him and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem? Which is then why you have many saying we're going to have to see how this plays out in real time. I'm not saying I'm paranoid about online privacy, but I've got today's sponsor, NordVPN, on more devices than I have friends. And the big question is, if you don't, why don't you? Especially when right now you can get a huge discount on a 2-year plan plus 4 months free at nordvpn.com/Phil. You know, we're at NordVPN house. Lynn gets peace of mind, the kids get shows that aren't available here in the US, and I get to Google dumb stuff without judgment. Nord hides your IP, encrypts your data with military-grade security, and blocks creepers from snooping. Whether it's hackers, your ISP, or that one cousin logging in from a mystery hotel. It's also a travel sanity saver, like airport Wi-Fi. Normally no thanks, but with Nord, my connection stays locked down. And they've got thousands of servers worldwide, so you can appear to be in Tokyo while you're actually on the couch ignoring text. It even blocks annoying targeted ads, which feels like therapy for my browser. So whether you're protecting your data or you're unlocking new Netflix libraries, NordVPN has you covered. Just scan that QR code or head to nordvpn.com/Phil right now to grab that huge discount and 4 bonus months plus a 30-day money-back guarantee.
Oops, I meant to check the elementals.
/Phil, because the only thing worse than getting hacked is being the one friend who says, yeah, I meant to sign up. But then, jumping right back into the news, is the debate of what it means to be anti-American is playing out. There's also this whole security detail controversy with Pete Hegseth that we should talk about. Because after dozens of interviews and the review of countless documents, you had the Washington Post saying they uncovered his security detail is not just big, it's draining the Army's resources, and specifically the Army's crime investigators. So I'll actually break this down for you, right? So security details for top Defense Department officials are fielded from the Army's Criminal Investigation Division, or the CID. And they provide security for the Defense Secretary, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Army Secretary, and more. And they handle things like security coordination for public appearances, serving as advance teams, and as security for motorcades, as well as during travel at home and abroad. But also, that's usually only one part of their responsibilities. The CID's main function is to investigate serious crimes within the Army.
Ooh, my new cord makes
like
the games look so much better.
Assault or
Awesome.
violence on Army bases, like the shooting we saw
Ooh,
at
look,
Fort
Dark
Stewart in Georgia
Elemental.
earlier this
See, I had a
month. The typical
feeling.
split between the two sides of the CID, it's usually pretty clear. Of their 1,500 agents, roughly 150 typically serve as VIP security details, according to reports. But then, when Pete Hegseth took office, that changed, with one of the Post's unnamed sources saying the number of agents on security details jumped to over 400. Though you also had another saying it was even higher, 500 or more. Right, so you're talking about going from a tenth to possibly a third. Now with that, it appears that there are a number of reasons for this, with one of them being that Hegseth has a big blended family, as well as there being multiple family properties across states. So he's got a total of 7 children, 3 from his previous marriage, 3 from his wife's previous marriage, and 1 that they had together. And security details have reportedly been assigned to residences in Tennessee, DC, and in Minnesota, where his second wife and the mother of the 3 of his children live. But also, it's not just the size of his family or even the multiple locations. There's also been a rise in politically motivated violence as the wedge splitting our country gets driven deeper and deeper. And Hegseth specifically faced a bomb threat at his home in Tennessee shortly after he was nominated for Secretary of Defense. So with the increase in threats threats and violence comes a need for more security. And so all of those things coming together has resulted in an unprecedented personal protection detail for Chief Hegseth, with one official saying, "I've never seen this many security teams for one guy. Nobody has." Although it's important to note that the Army CID said in a statement that Hegseth himself never requested this extra security, and adding that he has, quote, never affected the CID's recommended security posture. This problem, it's not limited to Hegseth or even the CID. Other agencies are also dealing with the need to beef up security for VIPs in the face of increased threats.
I'm so glad I kept my
Homeland
macros.
Security Secretary Kristi Noem beefed up her own detail, and she's actually taken up residence rent-free on a DC military base, with her spokesperson saying she needs the extra layer of protection because she regularly receives death threats, which the spokesperson attributed to Homeland Security's counter-terrorism and counter-narcotics mandates. Even the U.S. Marshal Service, which typically protects members of the federal judiciary, they've reportedly had to assign protective details at rates that they haven't seen in decades because of rising threats. But then notably for the CID, this is a special kind of problem because it's already facing significant staff shortages and budgetary shortfalls, and has been for years. And so this unprecedented situation with Hegseth, it's forced the CID to take some drastic measures. In fact, they reportedly had to recall highly trained agents in order to backfill Hegseth's security team, with unnamed CID officials telling the Post that staff received emails from the agency's leadership seeking 10 to 15 agents to fill last-minute requests in DC, Tennessee, or Minnesota for anywhere between 2 weeks and 90 days at a time, with one of the officials saying, "I see why they're doing it, but at the same time, you take an agent out of the field for 2 weeks to 90 days, those cases aren't getting reassigned. And if they are, there's very minimal work getting done on that." And when you're talking about an agency that handles cases like this one in Georgia, where a soldier was charged with starving a child to death, or another in Texas where a different soldier pled guilty to hacking and extortion, that work not getting done, it's a pretty big deal. And then, actually, finally today, let's end with a congratulations and one more thing. Starting with a congrats to Justin G, SeatGeek's latest weekly winner, who just scored $500 in tickets and is heading to the All Things Go Music Festival. And for the rest of y'all, that's right, SeatGeek is still giving away $500 in tickets, and you should definitely enter today if you haven't already. You could be the next winner and snag $500 towards seeing your favorite artist, sporting event, or play. I mean, there's like over 70,000 events to choose from. And all you gotta do is add code PDS to your SeatGeek app profile for a chance at the weekly $500 prize, no purchase necessary. And then finally today, my one more thing is the founder of Kind Snacks posted a react video to me. He apparently was not a fan. His governor said today, "This is war. We are at war," in response to Texas pushing forward with trying to redraw their districts. Right, in Texas, Democrats have left the state, blocking them from passing new gerrymandered districts, or in plain English, they're trying to block them from stealing the election. Because understand, it is not normal for a state to redraw their congressional districts in the middle of the decade in order to try to steal an election.
This is pissing me off because these guys making it sound like this is a Texas only problem. Gerrymandering is a disease, but it's a disease that both the Democrats and the Republicans suffer for across the country. 93% of congressional seats are no longer competitive. Just like we like competition in business, we should have competition in politics, and politicians are cheating. When there is no competition for the seats, it helps the incumbents just in power not be accountable to the people, but it also helps special interests, cheating, cronyism. It's really, really harmful. If you want to change that, join Builders Movement, because that's part of the work we have ahead of us.
So one, Daniel, it's Philip DeFranco, or I'll even take that DeFranco guy. Two, I actually enjoy you on Shark Tank. And three, as a former enlightened centrist, a former both sides are equally bad asshole myself, I want to echo what many of your own fans are saying in the comments section, and that's no gerrymandering, yes, would be a beautiful situation. And it just so happens that one party overwhelmingly wants nonpartisan redistricting nationwide, and another party has fought against it. And we're also not just talking about gerrymandering in general. We're talking about Donald Trump saying, "Yo, Texas, what's up? I want 5 more seats. Give it to daddy." And then Greg Abbott, like daddy's good little boy, says, "Okay, let me just call a special session and tie this gerrymandering mid-cycle to relief for flood victims." And to be clear, that's not me adding something new. I talked about how this being a mid-cycle gerrymander is a complete game changer, and you either missed or ignored that, or maybe you were too focused on, "Oh, I gotta make this react face." If you hate gerrymandering as much as you say, you need to call out the Republicans in Texas for trying to completely change the rules in a way that would lead to more partisan gerrymandering more often, not less. Because at the very least, Democrats are playing by the established norms that this would only be a fight once a decade, and try to have districts that at least pretended to not be gerrymandered. And then, because of that insanity and the changing of norms, you have Gavin Newsom in California going, "Okay, well, we gotta do something to try to even this out." So yeah, Daniel, gerrymandering is horrible. It's a disease. You and I, we want the same thing. But you're also creating a false equivalency, and you're both siding a situation That isn't equal. You're saying that the Democrats are equally bad, that they need to drop the knife in the knife fight that Trump brought a gun to. Well, Democrats are getting shot in the back on Fifth Avenue by a no-shame Trump-requested mid-cycle Texas gerrymander to disenfranchise voters because of his shitty polling. You're like, well, everyone gerrymanders bullshit. It's just giving cover to a Trump-powered democracy snuff and power grab. But that, Daniel, and I guess everyone else, is where I'm going to end today's show. Tap or click right here to watch your latest episode of my podcast, or here for the most recent Philip DeFranco show. I've even got links in the description so you can get it easy on YouTube, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you best enjoy getting filled in. Thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow for more news you need to know.
Dark clusters are also a really genuinely good hustle. I will make so much money off this. I will do this for weeks when I don't feel like doing goldsmithing, just so the prices kind of reset and my influence on the market is not incredibly, you know... Oh, he took this one. Son of a bitch. Let's see if there's another one. Okay, he took that one, and that's the last one. So I will go park up south, I guess. Yeah, south should be the next repop, I guess. If he killed these. Yeah, he got the last one. That's okay. I don't really want to compete with this guy, I guess. But I mean, I don't know. It doesn't really matter. I love this alien isolation shit. It's so like immersive and good. It was a crazy alien. Fucking awesome. It was kind of alien isolationist. I like this more than alien isolation. It freaked me out for a second. I was like, what the fuck is that thing? The alien was also kind of scary when you're like, no, don't find me, don't find me. I hope they make an Isolation 2 and that it's really, really good and has like guns and stuff. And you're like, you know, most of the time you don't fight because you don't really have guns, but eventually you start to get really good guns if you keep playing it. Impact driver. Oh. So was this it? I got this, huh? Can't stop playing Starfield for some reason. What is this? It's like some weird, like, escape pod or something. It's fucking weird. That's a door, but it doesn't open. I don't know how to leave. I like this pistol. It's good. I like this pistol. I'm going to keep it. How do I get out of here? How do I get out of here? Please show me. Some of these modded ones, they don't have like a thing pointing out. Oh. I love the sci-fi. Like, this is like one of the best single-player games ever made. I can't stop playing it. How do I get out of here? What is this? It's like an airlock, but it's like shut. You can tell a modder did this because it doesn't look like Bethesda. Oh. Life support. Crew vitals. Dead ends here. Oh, that's right. You go up the hatch. And here we go. No, wait, no, that's not the exit. No. Ooh. Ooh, personal. Oh, no, it's interloper. What is an interloper? It's better without the robot. It's way less loud, and I like how you can sneak up on people and stuff. It's way better. I'll buy a companion mod when they make one, and then I'll start carrying like 5 people, but until then I'll roll solo. Yes. I'm out of here. Oh, no pop yet? Oh. Did we get a pop yet? No, this Black Mage has this on farm, which is so annoying. No, I'm due for a pop, like, right now. I don't think he stood on top of me and killed it. So yeah, we're like due for a pop. I'm gonna kill this demon just because he's standing here. Can you steal from these? I don't think you can, huh? No. What about mug? Can I mug him? Yeah, I can steal 6 gil from him, which isn't nothing. Cool, look at all that. Schrodinger 3. It's chlorine. Damn Black Mage competition. Damn, that planet looks fucking awesome. Why is it green? I wonder what it's like on the surface. Interesting. Wow. Oh, yeah, I have contraband, do I? Okay, just get up for now, then. Can't believe he died after 10 days of their fucking streamer house abuse. People are so dumb now. This is that problem. You know? If you are letting some other human being dictate who you are or what you do,
a streamer just died while live after what some have called 10 days.
That isn't like your family. You can do that with family, but you can't really do it with, like, you know, streamers and stuff. You can't let other people or bosses walk all over you.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar, and I have a simple question to ask you. Would you like to get wined and dined before you get fucked? You might be like, whoa, that's a pretty loaded question to ask me. Why wouldn't I enjoy a good meal before I get something stuck where the sun don't shine?
The Black Mage doesn't know if it's up or not.
I just want to know your opinion in the comment section below. Now, obviously, you know, in the last few weeks, my stance on internet censorship and internet freedoms and right to privacy. You know, much like Louis Rossmann discusses the right to repair, much like Ross from Accursed Farms discusses the Stop Killing Games movement and how you should have access to what you buy, I have always championed and I've always talked about your right to privacy. And I think the internet is the last big bastion of that place. So to start this off with really quickly, 3 weeks ago I made a video saying they want to ban VPNs. And I looked at, obviously, how the government of the UK was responding to people and them downloading VPNs to bypass their shitty Online Safety Act. Now, hundreds of thousands of people have signed to get this act repealed, and the government basically said, lol, no, we're not going to fucking listen. It is what it is. Now, in that time frame, the United States has the Screen Act. You've got, you know, Canada with, I believe, the Harms Act. You've got tons of big countries passing laws that are severely limiting people's access to social media services, internet services. They need to be providing actual identification to access the internet. So that anonymity, that free and unfettered access that existed since the internet basically began is coming very quickly, very rapidly to an end. So again, one of the reasons why I'm talking about this is I actually have a bit of documentation that I want to show you from the Children's Commissioner over here. Now, this is a little draft, and again, this is from, Dame Rachel de Souza. The report is amongst the most sobering my office has ever published. It paints a stark picture of what childhood looks like in 2025, with an online world that is in many ways completely unfit for children. Now, don't get me wrong, the internet's a filthy, filthy place. But the idea of locking things down is never the smart play.
Your skill has increased.
So obviously, you know, people have been complaining to them about, like, the OSA. The government's like, well, no, we don't care, yada, yada, yada. So obviously, in response to that, the amount of VPN usage in the UK jumped like over 1,000%. People were downloading free VPNs. Some were getting paid
I got
VPNs,
pairing skill off that elemental.
But obviously, the government's like, wait a minute, what's the point of this fucking law when people just know how to bypass it? To which now they're considering, well, maybe we should ban those VPNs. And I'm sure the VPN companies aren't happy. I'm sure the average citizen ain't happy. So let's read through this report a little bit more.
I like my VPN, don't take it away.
To limit children's access to pornography, but does little or nothing to alter the type that is available. Currently, the problem is not just that kids can easily access this stuff, which, again, the problem is that the actual content is extreme. and that there will always be ways around measures which limit access. Now, before we go into this, right, like they always say the acts that children are seeing in some of these videos are so extreme that they could not be legally published in offline formats like DVDs. Now, I don't know what kind of borderline illegal shit she's watching. Okay, maybe it could be like fucking triple penetration gangbangs. Okay, it could be like ultra tsunami bukakis. But at the end of the day, I always find that censorship always leads people down to even bigger extremes. You know, if you go back to in like history to like Prohibition era America, there was a point in America where like alcohol was banned. So when you banned alcohol, suddenly gangsters came out of nowhere and they started like bootlegging booze. Now some of this booze was okay to drink. Some of it could turn you blind. But to go into it, right, like obviously when you ban illegal content, right, here's the thing, forcing like some of these adult websites to show ID is fine and dandy. But these laws don't ever stop in places where sites are operated, where they don't have to adhere to these laws. They can just keep sending out their websites and people can still access them. And it's really these sites where like that regulation and that self-control on these websites starts to diminish. Now in the United States, when you upload videos onto these websites, typically you have to have some pretty strict record keeping, right? Like it's not always perfect, don't get me wrong, but sometimes, you know, when you're looking at these websites, generally every model you see is over the age of 18. They're generally consenting, even though there's been cases where they haven't. But if America, for instance, has issues with even keeping that, you know, functioning, even keeping that, you know, at the up and up, imagine a country where these laws are never looked at. Imagine how many times you can go onto these websites and possibly see somebody that actually isn't the age of 18. They might be under. You might actually be seeing something illegal on these websites. And nothing in these laws ever caters to stop that. So you can stop sites that are legally complying, but you're never going to stop the sites where really illegal stuff or that borderline illegal stuff where you're kind of like questioning, wait, is this allowed to be on the internet? It is. So what they say is the office is concerned that even with these rules, users will be able to circumvent restrictions through the use of VPNs. Within a day of the rules in place, VPN usage in the UK was platformed as an easy workaround. Yeah, obviously these boomers had to realize that, wait a minute, of course our laws are gonna get bypassed. This is the perfect example of like a bunch of boomers creating a law and they have no fucking idea what they're talking about. You know what I mean? It's like their idea in their head was like, we're just gonna ban all those adult websites. We're just gonna get that stuff off of there. And then like somebody in the room was probably like, what about a VPN? And then like every boomer was like, what about a what? What about a what exactly? What are those words you just used there, Bobby? Doesn't make. What is an IP address? What are you pinging me? What is this? These people have no idea how the internet actually works. They had no idea that implementing these rules could have been circumvented with a VPN, which shows me that either the government is completely fucking inept and stupid, which is a very real possibility, okay? Or the ultimate goal for this, and this is always what I've been saying, is it's most likely just a way to reduce the little bit of anonymity people have, you know? Before, you could go to public Wi-Fi networks, you could go to, you could not use an ISP that has you tagged, and you could access websites and access services. Now, if you're in the country, you need to provide a driver's license no matter what. So no matter who you are, a registry of your driver's license is attached to whatever website you're going to. And that is what the government ultimately wants. They want that easy, granular, you know, what is it, the warrant-free tracking on an individual. So they even talk about like where these kids are seeing like, you know, website like pornography for the first time, and like it's crazy. Like the first thing they see it on is like Twitter. 45% of the kids are like, yeah, we've seen our first dirty photo on Twitter. and that's on the App Store, by the way, too, okay? So they're going to complain about age verification. Bro, this is an unage verifying app literally on the App Store. Like, what are you on about, dude? And then, of course, you've got dedicated websites. Then Snapchat, which I don't even know people still use Snapchat. You've got a search engine, so, you know, they're typing in big boob. And then Instagram, TikTok, Reddit, YouTube, video chat websites, which is very, very disturbing because who are they chatting with? WhatsApp, Discord, Facebook, I don't know. Other social media site, iMessage somewhere else. And again, Roblox with that juicy 3%. Somehow I find it insane that Roblox is at a higher percentage than even Twitch TV. And I don't know what kids had to be on to say prefer not to say, considering this was like this was an anonymous like ask. So, you know, at this point in time, obviously the government now is considering, whoa, we have these laws passed, we're not repealing them. It's time to get even more aggressive. It's time to rip away that next layer of privacy that you have. Now, a lot of people have been downloading free VPNs, which I don't recommend because, you know, generally when you get a free VPN, anytime you get a free thing, you're the product. So when you get a free VPN service, remember you are basically consenting that a tunnel of your one-to-one network traffic is going between your computer, a free VPN service, and then the internet. So that free VPN service gets to effectively see what the fuck you're doing on your computer. Now, like some of the most popular free VPN services, like Proton VPN, I believe are pretty kosher when it comes to, you know, I believe respecting user privacy. I haven't really read into their stuff as much. But when it comes to, you know, something like a shady VPN, which there's tons of free options out there, these are where, you know, a lot of kids who, you know, if you're going to ask these people to crack down on VPNs or ask VPNs to age verify, some of these kids are still going to go to the free VPN services. They're still going to find these downloads somewhere. And again, it also makes you wonder how these laws will affect free VPNs. Like, will free VPNs still be required to, down the road, ask you for age verification, or are they just going to be completely removed? Because if kids start going to free VPNs and they start, you know, having their information tracked by organizations that are outside the scope of law here, that is another scary rabbit hole you're sending people down. Forget the children for a minute. Imagine just any human being that is going to a free VPN service and possibly getting spied because the government has made it so difficult for some people, or so frictionful, that that's the path people are going down.
I like that more.
That's the freaky part. And the other thing is, it makes me wonder how companies how countries
cool,
like
that
the
one's
EU,
cool,
or the UK in this case, will actually enforce things like Molvat VPN. This is the VPN that I always recommend.
Well, you can do it over and over again
not
too.
Not because I get paid by them or anything. It's because it's the only VPN I've ever used where you can create an account number. You don't even have to give them your information. You can interact entirely with cryptocurrency. I have used Molvat VPN, and I guarantee you, they couldn't even identify me on their system because they have no idea. They're not identifying people. It's a pure privacy-focused VPN. One that was even rated by authorities, and they found literally nothing. So I don't understand how they're going to go after stuff like this. I don't even understand how they're going to stop VPNs. VPNs are such an important part of cybersecurity. They're such an important part of how the internet is used at a level where people need privacy and interconnectivity between each other. That's the one thing that I actually wonder how they're going to do. You don't really need VPN services. Obviously, I've taught individuals about what Tor is. Tor is how you browse the dark web, right? It's how you browse that part of the internet that's a little too dank for regular viewing. You know, if you watched me, you probably saw me do this every Sunday. You know, you watched me browse the dark web. And there is one video coming this Sunday as well where I'm browsing the dark web. So I'm going to show you, again, it's really simple to get going. Let's imagine that you have a Windows system, so let's fire one up really quickly in a VM. So assuming that most of my audience is from, again, the Windows side of the world, not that there's any shame in that, but you should consider switching to the Penguin if you can. Go to Tor browser. Okay, I'm actually just using Bing search here. You don't really need to worry too much. Download the actual browser here, so just download for Windows or Mac or Linux or Android if you really want to. I think they even have an iOS version, but you have to like do something fucky with like VPNs on your phone to access the dark web. It can never really be completely simple with an iPhone, okay? It's still the Fisher-Price of smartphones. But once it's downloaded, all you gotta do is open that file. It'll go through an entire setup procedure where you say yes, install to whatever directory you want, preferably the default, works just fine. And of course, here it is, a general install. It's like installing a web browser, okay? That's as simple as it is. Now, of course, after all of this is done, you can basically access the Tor network, and you can browse not just dark web websites, but you can actually access the internet as a whole. So when you start up the Tor browser for the first time, it's like, hey, connect to Tor. You can just do always connect automatically and just hit that big purple connect, and boom, you'll see this little bar travel across the top of your screen, and you're connecting to the Tor network, run by thousands of volunteers around the world. So let's say that governments do ban VPNs, this will always be an option where you can just go and browse the internet. So you can access like Onion websites over here too. So, for instance, underneath the old dark web browser, if I ask what's my IP, it will actually just say, well, first off, it's telling me to consent to something. Sure, 100%. Consent on my Tor browser. It'll say that I'm connected via Amsterdam. Obviously, I am not in Amsterdam. You'll have to take my word for it. But that's just how this stuff kind of works. And of course, it's not just accessing a regular website like whatismyip.com, but it's also accessing parts of the internet like Dread, which are entire Reddit-like communities where you can access free information, you can access a community of people that speak without the internet censorship and internet control that governments want to impose to people, right? And literally, it's just that easy. Now, before I go on this point, obviously, if you can donate to Tor, whether it be with crypto or online, I think even $5 for these guys is enough for them, okay? Like, literally, it's just, they will accept any donation because ultimately every dollar helps keep this network up and running. And I imagine coming into the future, when these laws and VPN bans start getting passed, that VPN usage will grow pretty astronomically. Now, of course, to kind of end this off on, ladies and gentlemen, I really feel like this is the next stage of what's happening. So this is going to get a little bit personal, okay? If you ever grew up past, some of you guys might be too young for this. You may not even have been alive for it. But back when I was a kid, a major event in the world happened. That event will happen on September 11th, 2001. We call it 9/11. And 9/11 was when a group of terrorists had flown a plane into the World Trade Centers. And then, of course, the Pentagon, and one actually missed its target. But I believe I think it was like the White House. But yeah, this was a massive terrorist attack that basically shook the world. Now, I'm not going to get into the history and specifics of just 9/11. Just know that it was a very, very traumatic point for the entire world, right? Like, it left the entire world's jaw dropped. Well, in October 2001, after 9/11, just very shortly after, the United States passed something known as the Patriot Act, which expanded the amount of surveillance that the United States government had. And they had said that this was supposed to be to fight terrorism, to keep you, the people, safe. Similar to how all these VPN bans and internet bans are being thrown around as a way to protect children. It's never that simple, okay? If the government wanted to protect you, they absolutely can. I mean, we're talking about the United States of America. But what happened over here was they had basically expanded so much of their surveillance apparatus overnight under the guise of national security that if you compared it to something back then, it almost felt like the most fascistic thing since Nazi Germany even. So for instance, there would be things like Section 215 where the FBI or the National Security Agency through the FBI could absolutely demand anything tangible when it came to businesses, when it came to banks, internet providers, if it was relevant to investigations. And of course, that was interpreted so broadly that you could lead to bulk collection of just mass amounts of metadata for every American, not even just suspects. Remember, before things like the Patriot Act, surveillance was a thing in the United States. But the thing about surveillance was there was a lot of legal hurdles. There was very strict oversight compared to what the Patriot Act had given in terms of broad usability. So obviously the FBI could investigate anybody they wanted to, but they had to go through court orders, warrants, all this extra shit. America is a framework of probably one of the most perfect countries, in my opinion, when it works. Checks and balances, the ability to have institutions as strong as the FBI and the NSA, and the ability to restrict their amount of surveillance on their own people is something that takes a lot of political genius, a lot of technical genius, a lot of genius in general to really map out and framework. And overnight, after 9/11, it really felt like that level of check and balancing got thrown out overnight. Before things like the Patriot Act, right? Any investigator would have to show probable cause to get approval for things like surveillance. But again, with the Patriot Act, what did it matter? Relevance was just a fleeting thing. They could just gain larger data sets for people that they would consider to be suspects of things like terrorism. And then, of course, obviously when it came to wiretapping the individual, the ability to wiretap and gather data became so massive overnight that, it led into other programs like PRISM, right, which was exposed by Edward Snowden as a way for a lot of these government organizations to have backdoor access into the big tech companies and be able to examine every single thing that we do. Look, before I end this video off, there's always this weird view of somebody that has the tinfoil hat on, right? Alex Jones is just some crazy conspiracy theorist. And in some cases, yeah, there's a lot of crazy conspiracies out there that people can delegitimize, but there's one conspiracy that cannot be delegitimized. It is mass surveillance, and it is the restriction of our privacy.
Oops.
Look, I am not a fan of some of the most raunchy shit on the internet, okay? There's a lot of racism, there's a lot of fucked up stuff that gets thrown out on the internet. And some can consider, like, how much of it is real, how much of it are bots. But I will say something, anonymity at least brings out the truth in humanity. It brings out the true person. And as fucking weird as it is, right? Like, as much as speech can sometimes disturb me on the internet, I think, principally, it is better to have that freedom of speech to read out the thoughts of a real human being, to read out real human action, than having a world where the government surveils us for everything that we do, puts us into fear and ultimately digital captivity, so that people act all ordered and functional on the internet. I think ultimately that's the end goal, right? It's to control every single thing that we do on the internet. And look, VPNs being banned, it's just a reaction. It just shows me that these organizations don't really have a lot of thought put into it. They're not really thinking logically about how to tackle these situations.
3,000.
Are kids watching
Jesus
adult
Christ.
pornography bad? Yeah, absolutely. Nobody should be watching.
So I'm beginning to see oh, it was Eve freezing. That's what happened. Oh yeah, it was Eve freezing. Okay, I wondered. I was like, what the hell? Okay, so then just kill it.
Watching it, at least in my opinion, because of how much of an impact it can have on your brain. But again, when you're an adult, do what you want. When you're a kid, obviously I don't want you looking at some of that stuff. It's probably very damaging to you. It actually is very damaging. But I think the government doesn't really care about these kids. They just care about invoking a new framework that makes the Patriot Act look like nothing. They want to have a way where every single person on the internet is monitored. There is absolutely zero anonymity. And because there is zero anonymity, people fall into line online as they're forced to do in reality. You know, I don't want to be in a world where every single thought is monitored and every single pattern of speech is controlled.
Nope.
That is living in like a prison itself, you know?
What we're talking about is privacy. VPN is privacy, which is something we used to really, really believe in. We built America on it. America was built on the idea of privacy of religion.
Please like, comment, and subscribe.
Mainly Christianity, but still.
Your skill has increased.
I'm learning
Your skill has increased.
That each melee is just like an opportunity. Pull this cord now, it's driving me crazy. The Curse, that's a rare shotgun. Nice. Let's see the action. Ooh, I like it! What's the damage, though? Frenzy. Small chance to frenzy a target. 282. Not bad. And then my other one is a... the Shattered Shock, which is 313. It's a shame because I like the action on the. Well, I don't know. The Shattered Shock is better. It is better. The Shattered Shock is superior. But boy, I like this too. I do like this. The Cursed. I think this goes on the wall. We'll keep named weapons on the wall here. Yeah, starting like right here on the left. Yeah, like right up here. Yeah, weapon transfer. This one's worth keeping for later when I want just different guns. I'm like, oh, I forgot I had this gun, you know. How's that? Dope, dope. But yeah, I'll keep cool named weapons like that. The Cursed, you know. And I'll look all over my wall like for like cool named weapons that I got, and I'll keep legendary weapons on the wall. Fucking so dope. I think you can also make weapon racks, and I'm gonna do interesting things with this room. But I want to stuff boxes one after another. I'm gonna put another box, another Galbank box on top of it. Oh no, oops. Yeah, you can do like weapon racks on the wall, I think. Yeah, like weapon racks. Like yeah, I can just fill the wall with weapon racks, I think. I can do further weapon racks. And I will fill this place with guns and stuff. Maybe I should go up under the Starfield channel because I haven't had a passion for a game like this since Rust, I don't think. Or I don't know, I guess New World, yeah. It is dope. So I want, I am looking for a particular thing. What was it? It was, oh yeah, the Galbank thing. So down here under this is a gold-plated strong safe. It has 15,000 storage, strong storage, gold-plated. Oh, that just takes aluminum. That's it. Can I place it on top? No. I can put it right there because I can still see the gun vendor from behind it, but no, I don't know. It's a shame that I can't put it on top because that's where I would prefer to do it. You can't see it is the problem. Where else can I put it where it doesn't block? I guess I could always stuff them in the corners of this room. Or like run them down a wall here. Yeah, like left side could be gal boxes, right? Yeah, left side could be gal boxes or even like a whole U around the room, and I'll just stuff all the stuff that's in the ship in this thing. How far over can I go? I want to stuff them in here. Yeah, like that. There we go. So, okay, so, yeah, and then in here, I can always dump whatever's in I can dump resources into this box, three shiploads in each box, and I'm gonna run, like, resources all down the fucking line. I'll pull them out of my old base. Yeah, and I'll put an entry to this place in my old base, and this is my real base because I can get to it from anywhere. Anywhere. Even this ship. This range was the best mod in the entire fucking list. It actually is a really good fucking mod. So, yeah, he wanted the game to be unlocked so you can just enjoy it forever and not break the achieves, and that's fucking awesome. I actually really respect this modder. So now we can stuff shiploads of resources in here. I'll empty out all those fucking boxes in my old base because that's stupid. It's like ignorant kind of. But I mean, that was under the old Starfield. This is a new Starfield where you can get like achievement-free mods that don't fuck up your achievement run. I could put up in my channel like trying to completionist Starfield and just, you know, sit there for months, you know. I could do Starfield, Eve, FFXI, and I could put it in my Twitch chat. And my YouTube chat. I didn't used to put the games in the chat, because they piss me off so bad. But the games might attract attention. I don't know. Alright, so I've got a good system in my mind now. Yep, where I just run like boxes down the whole U. Yeah, that'll be enough to store like tons and tons and tons of resources, and I can just keep grinding the whole game into everything that I want. And if I want to buy something, I just come and get like massive amounts of resources out of this base, and I won't use. I'll use the bases as like really massive like resource conductor or like resource generators, but that'll be months down the line before I get to that content really. I've got to have a fascination with it in order to learn it, and I don't have a fascination with the outposts. I don't think they're very interesting. And as it is, I still built a really good one, you know. So yeah, so like, when was that? That was like 5:30. Yeah, like, or yeah, like 5:30. The elementals stopped. Or yeah, 5:30. So it's. Or yeah, it's 6:30. I'll go and check the dark elementals because maybe they'll repop again. For now, I'll get mana. I could put the games in the title. I play so many games, though. This is maybe a better system, you know? Oh, yeah, get this centered a little bit better. There we go. Hey, it looks good, though. It's looking good on my stream. It's fucking sweet. High quality. So... No, the footsteps are annoying. I'm going to turn them off. Yep, just more incidental noise that annoys me. Okay, save and make a big save because I did a lot of progress and got a lot done there. That was good work. This game has like loops that are boring to do, but I can mindlessly do them, which is good. I noticed that my fishbowl has started to like sink really far into this thing, which is kind of annoying. I'm scared that Dune might be a good game, but no, I know Funcom can't make a good game. I know their combat's not good.
Your skill has increased.
Yay, level 14. Ding. I don't have to sit down. I guess it's safer now to wander. I could go... I want to go see if the crabs and the... Yeah, like the crabs and the bees are still, like, EP to me. Because, like, now I don't think these lizards will be so good anymore. I need a Signet NPC, and I know there is one up there by the Conchette Highlands. I know where I used to go, and that's where I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go to where I used to go, which is fine. I know it works. And I'll go to 15 before I leave for the next zone. So what do we do here? We go, Mob mentality. Ask Frankie about headlock. That's what it's actually going to Frankie's grasp. You have contraband. I do? Okay. Let's go sort out contraband, I guess. Is the little girl here somewhere? Calyx Bradbury. There's a colonist. Samco. I need Ellico or whatever her fucking name is. I can't remember. Where are you, Ellie? Or whatever your name is? I can't remember. I need to sell you books and I haven't seen you in a while. Where's your daughter, Samco? Where is your daughter? I don't know. The ship's too big. I don't want to hunt for her anymore. Where's the little girl? She should be up here, but she's not. At any given time, there's like 10 people up here in the cockpit. It's so annoying. Anyways. Oh, I have contraband. Right, I have contraband. Ugh. Thought I got all of it, but okay, I guess not. Go back and we will look at the entire... Oh, no, that's why. In the Varum process prophecy, there's going to be contraband, yeah. Oops. There. Contraband. Watchtower components. There's so much to remember if you want to play the game successfully. It's so annoying. But it's the mark of a good game. You have to learn the systems and... But yeah, okay, that's all of my contraband, I believe. So we will go back and we will look at Watchtower components, which should be down there at the bottom. I'm just gonna scroll all the way down. Oh, can you go faster if you... STUVW. I guess I got the Watchtower stuff in? I don't know. I guess I did. I moved the... I guess I did. Yeah, I think I did. No other contraband in here. Okay. Starfield needed a hab that lets you hide contraband in it, like a smuggler's hab. That's the main thing missing from the game. It's like a smuggler's hab. Maybe I should go back and walk out here, cause like, I don't know, I might need scrolls. These are all too weak. I might have to go. That Stone Eater is high enough. Will you aggro me? I don't know. If you won't aggro me, I don't know. I don't want to kill him for no reason though. Coke Rap 101. I played the new generation of official Rust. What does that mean? Willjum. Thank you, Willjum, for the excellent content for Mission. I'd like to sub to your channel.
Welcome to a whole new Rust. And as you can see, I have no map and no idea where I am. Something tells me this adventure's gonna be a little bit different. I'm sorry to have to do this, my friend, but desperate times. Empty bones, and we have a bone knife. Now, if you hadn't quite worked it out, today I am playing.
Oh, Willjum did hardcore. Nice, hardcore for the win.
Official version of Vanilla Rust. And I gotta tell you, I am very excited to step into this adventure because there's gonna be a lot of new things to learn, and I'm gonna take you guys along with me. Oh, that is so cool. So as I move, the map slowly uncovers like the fog of war. And so I'm currently heading southwest down that dirt track into the jungle. I'm not sure where I want to go today.
No! Don't kill me, 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 don't kill me. Oh my god, I lived! I don't know how I lived, but I lived, I lived, I lived, I lived, I lived.
Finding where it is. But I guess we'll see.
No!
So, my solo journey in this new era
Potion 1.
Rust had begun. Just
There, I'm back up again. I can kill him, I can kill him.
Where anything on the map was, my first objective today was a little bit different than usual. I needed to get up into the sky.
Your skill has increased.
I'll kill him.
Hopefully I can get high enough that I can see whereabouts.
There, I killed him, I killed him. The Dia is bad, but it won't kill me, I don't think. I barely lived. I ran and I lived. I don't know how I lived, but I lived. The Amethyst aggro for some reason. I don't know why.
Oh, yeah, this is perfect. Okay, so that's quite close to the
well, I lived. Oh.
Inside the sea to my right. Oh, I can see so far from up here. This is perfect. Okay, so we've got the snow up ahead. That looks like water treatment over there. We've got the jungle to my south. Although I still don't see. So we've got harbour and ferry tunnel to my north. Looks like junkyard. Don't see what I'm after just yet though.
The Amethyst was high enough level.
Yeah. Ooh, look at the peak of the mountain over there. I'm gonna go right to that tip. Maybe then I can see everything.
This rock lizard is high enough level.
Someone's already been here.
These rock lizards are high enough level.
They had the same idea as me. That's hilarious. Alright, well I've made it to the tallest point. I can see the entire map and
I will fight around here because there is like
looking over the horizon. That looks like what I'm after. Today I am heading for the launch site.
I can't believe I almost died like that. Jesus Christ.
Way away. This is gonna be a hell of a journey. So I now knew roughly where I was, and where I was headed. Looming in the distance, far in the snow, was the launch site monument I was after. I just had to get there alive.
Thank God I didn't lose this character.
Spear battle going
Thank
on
God I
there.
didn't. To an
See if I can
Amethyst
spin this
Cadet,
up.
that'd be so annoying.
Oh, this sounds good. But oh, he's on the roof. How do I play this? No, I missed. Oh. Oh yeah, you want some? Get down here. Go on, get down here and fight me. I don't want to push up that ladder, I'm just gonna get headshot. The dance battle begins. Wait, what is he holding? He's got a boomerang. Oh, fuck, that thing hurts. Ow!
Look at how bad that hurts. Wow.
I want to outplay him. He missed. Bonk! Unlucky!
Wow.
Oh, he has a bear, I got a rug. It's a beautiful start. I got tools as well. Someone else has got in there now. Once I'm full, we can go back in. Oh! Ooh, he had a sword. That could have been really bad. If he had headshot me with that, I was just insta one shot. Thank God for that. Well, if I get all of this recycled and I live, this is looking like a really good start.
Can't believe I almost died right there. I should
snow.
maybe not be playing hardcore, I don't know.
That's everything I need here. I've got to
Distracted.
keep moving. Whoa. Oh my god. I have not been in the snow since the new update. This is so weird. It's like I stepped into a whole new world. It's so misty. I kind of like it. It's cool. I feel like I just stepped into I don't know, the actual Arctic. Like, I'm not going to be able to see much though, but that is sick.
Yeah, here is, yeah, I can hang around here. These things are high enough. They're not ideal, but they're fine. I could just camp the Liz and kill Liz just like I did at that outpost. There's not really a difference.
Lack of compass. Something feels different. Like I feel like I'm in a survival. You know, it feels almost quiet, but it's not because there are still a lot of people. I think because no one has a map, there aren't the usual swarms of players everywhere you'd expect because no one knows where they're going. And so everyone's just kind of scattered and trying to find what they can. It's a really interesting feeling, actually. And with this new misty snow, I feel like I'm alone here, which is crazy.
Your skill has increased.
So, my journey towards the launch site monument across the map was underway, and I had now made it into the Arctic. But you might be wondering, why? Why did I need launch site? Well, what I hadn't mentioned yet was that in hardcore, guns are uncraftable. Yeah, you heard that right. No crafting guns.
Your skill has increased.
One way of actually getting it. Oh my gosh. Got to an SMG. By finding them, just like I did. And therefore, for any chance of getting my hands on the highest tier weapons, I would need to be at the most competitive monuments. Now, if I'm right, I believe in hardcore mode you only have, 5 bags. So
Your skill has increased.
Be very careful about where you place them. Only 5 bags for the whole map. I'm getting my first down here.
Yeah, that
so
Liz will
it's a
take
long
me to
way.
level
I don't wanna
15.
Go back to the beach if I die.
It'll take a while, but he will.
Uh-oh.
I'm learning to just camp one mob if you have to. It's that
Not good,
simple,
not good.
really. There is another good Liz
That
too,
was
which is
ammo?
also really good.
Maybe he just found it.
So we just, yeah.
Nope,
I'll camp
maybe
here
I
and
can
I'll
run
go
it.
to 15, and then I can go to the
Oh,
next
I don't wanna
zone.
die.
Or probably here until these Liz
Oh
get
my
born.
god! There's a custom! I might have to hold it. I don't think he's chasing. Oh my gosh, that was close. I think he doesn't want to waste ammo. Ooh, someone in front of me now. Oh, I killed this guy though. I do have 8 bullets of an SMG, so I can fight. Nice. Oh my gosh. I can't loot all this. I'm already full. What do I take? What do I take? 12,556. I need that. That is really important. Okay, I already used things top. That can go. I don't need that. Say bye to one of the rugs. Okay, cool. Do I have okay, that is absolutely everything. Go, 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 go. Gotta keep moving. I have a lot to lose. The map is slowly uncovering as I travel. There's domes. Oh, it's silver. With the mist of the snow, it's so mysterious. It's awesome. Now, I don't know if you guys noticed this, but the way that guy's shooting, it sounded a lot like he was trying to save ammo. And the reason why is because in hardcore, ammo is 5 times more expensive than it is in vanilla. Literally 5 times. And so every single bullet is so important. You just don't have them to waste. Like these 8 bullets in my gun, that is quite valuable. So you've got to be so careful with them. And so finding that 5.56 as well might be really important for me. There it is, no longer in the far distance. The launch site is just up ahead of me. And is that, wait, is that Milton's on my right? That is military tunnels. So I have a launch site and Milton's next to each other. Oh my gosh. This could be interesting. Wait, and that's a mining outpost. Oh my gosh, this is insane. I have a recycler, I have a launch site, and I have Milton's. And with no maps, most people aren't going to even know about this. This could be so good for me. This is the coolest feeling ever, man. I'm just discovering monuments. This is mine. If I can somehow build on this mountain up ahead, between launch site and mining outpost, this might be one of the best base locations I've ever had. Come on, please let me build up here. Wait, there is a channel. There is a slim channel where I can build right on this mountain. There's no way. Right between Milton's launch site mining outpost. It's perfect. It's perfect. Oh, this is home. My inventory is so full, I didn't even have space to make a building plan and hammer to build a base, so I've had to go with a shelter for now. But until I get a proper base, I am not safe, so can't stay in here long. Oh. That was someone.
Long, nasty poison. Ugh. I can steal from those sapling. But I don't think it's worth it. It's not worth the extra time. I can't see anything to...
That is a bear. Oh no. They ain't doing that. What's up guys, hey, it's Tucky here. And back in surrounded where we have toads. Picking up where we left off. I have no idea where we left off. Kinda do stuff. Do what we can get into. Maybe $5. We got stuff. We have food, don't we? Helicopter looks like it's right there, doesn't it?
Hello there.
Holy pooper doodles. I found a Winnebago. Please don't kill me, please don't kill me, please don't kill me, please don't kill me. Ew. what we are gonna do. There's an easier vehicle than
No
any
digipix.
gas
Oh,
or
damn
repair kit. Dare you not die.
Is he firing a pistol?
5 shots left. I see your nugget. Oh. But I lost one. Doing something like really good. That way we're not sitting here with like 45 minutes of loot. Like loot chasing and looking at empty freaking zombies and shit. I don't like it. I know people aren't gonna like it. It's boring, time consuming. This right here, not fun at all. This sucks.
Game looks good. It's always looked good to me.
And there should be a way from that helicopter's tempting. Where I heard it from. Please be something good. Take those. Read one.
This game's so crappy.
Every war begins with a spark, and every kingdom is defined by its heart. Our heart lies here, within these unyielding walls. This fortress was not raised for glory alone. It was built to protect the memory of those who came before us, the ancestors who rest at
Dear God, why? It was entertaining.
How about one of them? Yeah, it looks like shotgun's gonna be what gets us through. Might be really
The
stupid.
combat sucks, kind of. The gunplay is good, but
Get 'em stuck over here.
and it's got problems too. All the games like this do. Sabaros solution, 3 out of 5. Distribute flyers to neon merchants, so I can just go from merchant to merchant, okay. No XP. This lizard's better, I think. Or, I don't know, was that the right lizard? I don't know. They don't really pop very fast. There's 4 out of 5. I told you I don't want to get mixed up with that.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
Oh, god damn it, this is the guy who issued the quest. I shouldn't have taken this quest. I don't know, maybe it's good. Maybe I haven't talked to Legrand. I should buy some blend while I'm here. Oh, I got level 4s. Nice. So now we move forward. There's 2 level 4s in Hagaken, so we'll go there. And a level 3. worse.
Your skill has increased.
Good, I'm done with that other one too now. Yay. Oh, I should be stealing from them. Oh my god, I should have been stealing from them. I'm an idiot. I should be stealing from them. Oh no, I can't steal. I'm a black mage. Never mind. Oh my god, I didn't trade. I need to go trade. Fucking dumb. I keep making more money than I spend. And I'm just gonna start creating, like, I'm just gonna spin the benches every time. Or just create anything that I can create, because it's all XP. You too. So where's the NPC? There it is. Wait, it costs 1,000 to recharge it? 742. God damn it. Well, now I'm out of XP buff. Neon, technical. We got a bunch of this stuff done. Manufacture, second dose of Aurora. I remember now why in hardcore I always keep the auto target on. It's because if you alt tab, it could get you killed, and it's almost happened a bunch of times before too. Now I'm like in between. Just screw up this cast fire. Oh, I have to go water the garden. I don't want to. Okay, guys, I'm going to pause this video here and stop this stream. Hi, guys, I'm back. Gonna load some Starfield now. Hey, kitty. You come see me? Come see me. Come here, kitty. Yeah, come see me. Come cuddle. Yeah, come. Hi. Yeah, you a star? Yeah, you a star, kitty? Hey. I don't ask why, I just fall into the middle. I close my eyes and hope to die. Yes, I am a liar. Yes, I am a sinner. Please forgive my broken soul, for I have no one else to go. They made this world so hard. If I had somewhere else to go, then I could be a star like you, special like you, a star like you, kitty, a special like you. And all those picture frames around me, I saw you in France. All those busters hang around you. I asked you to dance. I know why you here tonight. I've got nowhere else to go. They made this world so hard. Don't bump the mic. No bumping the mic. Yep, stay away from the mic. Good kitty. Oh, she's a cute kitty. Cute, cute kitty. Cute, cute kitty. Kitty cute. Oh, tail in my face. Tail in my face. Nizamil Kazi. Set. Set. And this and that. And then I want to optimize routes. Wait, what? No. Okay, so, okay. Syracuse. Ikonen. Okay, never mind.
If you had asked someone in 2010, a few weeks after Final Fantasy XIII released, if Square Enix was going to turn that entry into a trilogy, I think you'd be pretty hard-pressed to find someone who thinks they would've. 13's reception was so controversial, you wouldn't think that they'd drag that number along for half a decade. That, and historically, Final Fantasy games usually get one sequel, at most. Unless your name is Final Fantasy VII, then they'll just throw half a dozen things at the wall to see what sticks. What I'm trying to say is, I don't think people who hit credits in Final Fantasy XIII back during release saw Lightning Returns coming, but that's the world we live in, I guess. Now, I played 13 and 13-2 back when they dropped, but I fell off and gave Lightning Returns a hard pass, which means unlike the last two videos, I was entering completely uncharted waters here. And I think it's the same story for a lot of you out there as well. If my Googling and basic math skills are correct, which, to be fair, they usually aren't, Final Fantasy XIII sold about 7.4 million copies in its lifetime. Compare that with Lightning Returns, which sold a cool 1.2 million at best. This means about 1 out of 7 people followed these games the whole way through, if you account for the few madmen who jumped into Lightning Returns first. Yeah, not a lot of people wanted to stick around for the entire 13 trilogy, and I can't really say I blame them. But as for me, coming fresh off the last 2 games, I had to know, especially given the third game's reputation. Everyone knows about 13 and 13-2's frosty reception, but here's the thing. I think removed from the context of their release, those games are pretty good, if not without their flaws. For Lightning Returns, well, let's just say I haven't read many positive things about it over the years. Before I went into it, I figured it was going to be one of 2 things: fire trash or a trash fire. But expectations are a crazy thing, and sometimes a game can end up completely different from what you'd expect. So now that I've completed it, how did Lightning Returns fare? In my script here, I just wrote asterisk awkward laughter, so, we'll get to that. Like usual, I'll give you your endgame spoiler warning near the end, so with all that said, we've come a long way together.
I don't
Let's get
need
into
a
the final game in the
retrospective
13 trilogy.
of 13, yeah. I don't need it. Let's go back to YouTube, to YouTube stuff. So, I don't know why you won't show me my fucking banners. Hey, kitty. The Parachute Murder Plot. That sounds good. Final Fantasy XII, The Zodiac Age. The Narcissist Scare, but I wanted to come to gaming. Yeah. Hi, kitty. I love you.
You've been examined.
I've been examined? Am I dead? No, I'm not dead.
Incoming tell. You've been examined.
This is EVE Online.
It really wants me to watch this movie this video that's like sort of like denigrating EVE Online a little bit.
Which is probably best known for 2 things: making headlines about its massive in-game conflicts involving tens of thousands of players, and its incredibly realistic in-game financial system, which can make losing a virtual spaceship just as consequential as losing a phone or a car in the real world. Countless magazines and even much more successful YouTube channels have talked about these 2 factors individually, but where I think they get really interesting is where they merge together. For a game about spaceships set 21,000 years in the future, EVE is surprisingly realistic, and that realism extends to these massive wars in the sense that they are expensive. The in-game currency called ISK has an approximate exchange rate of $6 per billion in-game ISK. Although it must be
I
that
wish.
this in-game currency
I
directly
know, I guess that is sort of right, yeah.
back and forth for real-life money is actually against the rules of the game, for now at least, and will get you banned. Even still, this shows that in-game assets have a very tangible real-world value on the gray market. So, when you see headlines about trillions of ISK being lost in one of these epic battles, it gives you an idea of just how expensive it can be to wage entire wars in EVE Online. But this all begs a question. Who or what funds these wars? With a price tag of hundreds of thousands of real-world dollars and nothing but virtual space pride in return, it doesn't sound like a very good deal.
You're sitting on my foot,
right?
kitty.
Well, it's time to learn how space money works, and if you enjoyed this video, please consider liking and subscribing for new videos like this one made every week. Okay, so there are 3 interesting and unique ways that major wars have been funded over the past 2 decades that this game has existed. But let's start with the most basic one. This game is home to a selection of mega corporations that are run entirely by players, similar in many ways to guilds in World of Warcraft, only on a much larger scale. Now, the largest of these corporations effectively run like nation states. They have defined borders, a standing military, taxation, industry, and of course, command structures. These large institutions will inevitably butt heads with other similar entities over resources, territory, or, you know, just for fun.
He said
At the
butt
end of the day,
hedge.
It is a video game, so the
He was like butt hedge.
reasons to go to war can
Because that's what he thought the AI script meant, is butt hedge.
simply be to entertain the members of these corporations. Now, what will normally happen is that these individual participants in these wars need to provide their own combat ships, funded out of the money they make in the game themselves.
Nah, not in these large-scale mechanic games, no. Most of the time your ships are actually comped.
But if these ships are lost in battle, the mega corporations will pay to replace them. They do this because ultimately they will need manpower to win these wars. Ensuring that people aren't too afraid of losing their ships means that their players will keep logging in and YOLOing into these devastating space battles. Now, these ship replacement programs, or SRP, will often be funded by the taxes collected from these corporations during times of relative peace. The industrialists get given a safe and secure piece of territory to conduct their business, and in return, they need to pay a portion of their profits to a central authority, which will then fund a military program to maintain or potentially even expand this protected territory. Effectively, it's exactly the same as what happens with every government ever in the real world. Now, this is fine in theory, but oftentimes these industrial entities don't have the capacity to wage war themselves. In these circumstances, they can call on mercenary entities that do nothing but wage war on other people's behalf for a fee. Again, not overly dissimilar as to what happens from time to time in the real world with military contract corporations like Academy performing a very similar function. Now, so far we've been looking at the relatively minor wars, the ones that might be a big deal to the players of the game and the ship posters on r/Eve, but are not exactly that remarkable to an uninvolved onlooker like you or I. But this all changed around 5 years ago. You see, EVE's economy is so realistic and so diverse that at one point there were virtual casinos in the game. These were founded, funded, and operated entirely by regular players using the in-game currency. Of course, these casinos generated massive profits, just like most of them do in the real world. Now, these in-game profits were great and all, but there really wasn't much that they could do with them on an individual level. That kind of money can buy every spaceship in the game many times over, so they needed something grander to put their money towards. The logical answer was to sell the in-game money for real-world money, whether it was allowed or not. Sure, they risked getting banned from a video game, but the collective total of ISK that these casinos generated was worth millions of dollars. So, that was a risk that a lot of these casino owners were willing to take. This was especially convenient, given that the thousands of transactions that the casinos handled daily were the perfect cover for in-game money laundering. It was almost impossible to distinguish between transactions that were legitimate and those that weren't. Again, very similar to casinos in the real world, which are continually in the news for being centers of money laundering. However, the more honorable casino owners decided to use their space dollars to buy something not available on the public market: influence. 2016 kicked off the so-called Casino Wars, as the I Want ISK online casino funded a coalition of players to wage war on the single most powerful corporation in the game at the time, which had run the casino in a previous business deal.
I don't like this video and I'm going to get off it. I actually don't really like this guy and I'm not going to sub. How money works uncut. Like, what?
Your skill has increased.
This has been a 6-month investigation. I have collected hundreds of gigabytes worth of footage. I've spent countless hours scouring the internet, but I think we did it.
Because you're
I think
bored.
We found the strangest TF2 player of all time. Let me show you. On the 6th of January, I uploaded a video called The NPCs of TF2, which is a short compilation of all the wacky people I had come across whilst playing TF2. Around 8 seconds into this video, there's a clip of me waiting for a health pack to respawn when all of a sudden, I notice a demo man below me who is perched on the side of Hightower's cliff, shooting stickies up at a gap in the floorboards. Now this isn't how most people play TF2, and I did think it was quite bizarre at the time, but it didn't go any deeper than that. I clipped it, I put it in my video, and that was that. A few people commented about how the strategy this demo was using was actually 200 IQ, but besides that, I didn't really think too much of it. Fast forward 18 days to the 24th of January, where I was playing a game on Moss Rock when one of my friends noticed.
Nope.
Let me tell you the story about how me and my buddy became the greatest scavengers in all of Ark history. It all started with me and my buddy Donkey waking up on the beach. But today would be a very special day. You see, we were seeking a challenge. Regular Ark had become too easy for us. So we decided to flip the whole concept on its head and challenge ourselves to see how far we could get without harvesting any resources. That means no chopping trees, no mining rocks, no chopping bodies, and we can't even pick fucking berries off bushes. And so, even easy to acquire resources like food would now become difficult. Our only goal would be to simply survive. To start off, we killed ourselves a few times, until I spawned in near a recently raided base. Of our 3 main ways of acquiring loot, this would be the first one, scavenging old bases for any supplies we could find. To those who raided the base, this was simply junk loot that wasn't even worth taking. But to us, every insignificant piece of thatch and fiber was a treasure in and of itself. Deeper in the base, I found more supplies, with which I was able to craft a pike for both me and Donkey. With that, plus some bolos and cloth armor we made, we began walking west. And I do mean walking. The only food we had were some rare mushrooms and flowers we'd scavenged out of a nearby beaver dam, but these aren't exactly made for human consumption. So we were doing everything we could to reduce how much food we would lose. And as we were walking through the woods, I sort of realized we were in a post-apocalyptic world. No exaggeration, 95% of the bases on the server are just fucking raided. There are giant tribes scouring the land, instantly destroying any weakling they see, and any encounter with a person might be your last. This is
Hey, you wanna see me?
type
Hey.
shit out here. And so we decided
Your
to
skill
equip
has
the
increased.
Max inspired wasteland skins.
With my gut hanging out, I was like some shitty knockoff of Immortan Joe, and Donkey, who had spec'd his character to have high melee damage, was like the one son Immortan Joe had that was like super ripped. With my tummy now catching the breeze, we continued on our way. Upon reaching the river west of us, I had run out of food, and of course it was going to be me that ran out of food. So Donkey passed me a couple of the rare mushrooms we had, and I chowed down. Barely able to see, we continued stumbling forth.
We can, if it comes down to it, we can eat them flowers too.
Oh no!
Black guy.
Well,
Nice. Try to avoid damaging his armor too much.
Stumbling into and killing this black guy, our situation had greatly improved. The guy had good armor, weapons, and resources to make even more. But on top of that, he had a whole bunch of raw meat which we could cook and eat up. So food wouldn't be a concern for a little while. But most importantly of all, we looted a crossbow, trank arrows, and narcotics off of this guy. Meaning we could now go out and tame something. And since the guy had about 300 hide on him, we'd easily be able to make a saddle too. And this reveals our second way of acquiring loot, straight up just killing people. With this done, we continued heading west. On the nearby mountain, we found extra unsmelted metal inside a refining forge in a raided base. We used this to further upgrade our gear, and then got back to heading west, checking every base we could along the way.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Hallelujah. Oh, and it's got, dude, 190 thatch.
I mean, we were at the point where we would look in a fucking wall torch, find some excess wood, and be very pleased with ourselves. Once we reached the western fringe of the map, we realized the server we were on was kind of dead. But since we were close to Red Ob, we simply made our way up there to go to transfer off. And right next to the terminal, we found this like innocent looking little bee creature, which somehow has a skin that makes it look like a giant bee, but obviously it very clearly isn't one because it's not making the right noises. So after we killed it, we found out this thing was a griffin, which for reference normally look like these. So to be able to skin one of these really strong creatures as an innocent little bee fuck is probably not good game design if we're being honest. At any rate, we can't complain too much. We got some decent supplies off its dead body. With this apian adventure over, we transferred ourselves to the most populated island server we could find. Loading into the new server, at this point we'd managed to scavenge enough supplies for decent kits between me and Donkey, but we were nowhere near having a base just yet. For that, we would need to find a lot more stone and wood. And even these very basic resources could prove very difficult for us to find.
It's like Rust, but like way slower. Oh, Kitty's so cute. She's so cute. Yeah, so cute. Okay, it's my camera again. My camera. Okay, the solo ghost versus their entire team. The origins of Dwarf Fortress. Oh, Genius made a meme. 1 hour of SNES game facts. How many Super Mario games are there? Gamescom 2025 announcement highlights. That sounds good. Hi, Kitty.
What's going on, everybody? Mortem here, this time bringing you all of the announcements at yesterday's Gamescom opening show, or their opening night live to be a little more specific. And if for whatever reason you're watching this and don't know what Gamescom is, Gamescom being the largest gaming convention in the world, naturally comes with some announcements, release dates, that kind of thing, which is why it is one of the shows throughout the year that I watch, mostly so I can sort of get an idea of what I've got upcoming, what to deal with, that kind of thing. And naturally, I want to share the highlights of that with you. But do keep in mind, I am primarily focused on the stuff that is relevant to this channel. So while there were reveals for the next Call of Duty as an example, a trailer for World of Warcraft and some other MMO stuff, that's not really my focus, mostly here for the RPGs. With that in mind, with this particular show, I would say that while there were a few announcements, the vast majority was stuff that we already knew was coming, but we got more details about. With that in mind, though, still a lot of stuff to go over, so let's go ahead and get on with it. So kicking it off, just kind of at the beginning of the show, going to go more or less in order of what was shown off here. We first have Swords of Legends, what appears to be just regular old hack and slash action style game, but nonetheless a Chinese Chinese
No,
dark
thank
fantasy
you.
title that admittedly we've been seeing a lot of lately. I'll be curious to see
I don't
if
need
there's
dark
a
fantasy
kind of
titles
wearing
from
of the
about
thread
Chinese,
thing
like,
once
you know,
this one gets around
Wulong,
to
Wu
releasing,
Chong,
but,
Wu
no release date or
Feathers.
anything. This
I
was
don't
just
need
an
any of that.
announcement, a reveal trailer, if you will. Second up for me, we had the announcement of a game called Valor Mortis. This actually looked really cool, and it describes itself as a first-person action Souls-like title set during
No
the
thanks, I don't need
Napoleonic
another
Wars.
Souls-like.
Now,
I've got
I
New
think the
World,
first-person
and
part
I've
of this,
mastered
if it
New
is
World.
actually a Souls-like, is the most interesting to me. Obviously, I haven't seen a
New
lot of
World will
games
kick
trying
your
to
ass
do
no
that,
problem
but it
without
looks really
trying.
heavy on a very particular
Souls,
art
you
style,
you
alongside
know,
some
Souls
combat
is
that
about
looks
losing
engaging
time
enough,
to
mind you,
combat
but I would say
animations.
first-person melee is honestly a pretty difficult thing for games to pull off and feel satisfying with. So I'll be curious to see if the Ghost Runner devs can manage to do just that.
Nope.
Although I do also know that first-person exclusive titles do tend to put off a lot of people, so I'll again be curious to see if this can bring anything fresh to the genre beyond just the perspective switch. But anyway, it looks super cool to me, so I'll definitely be playing it. Following on from that, we got a little bit of Hollow Knight Silksong news, which isn't really my thing, to be honest, but I actually wanted to mention it because they made it sound like this was like official confirmation of its release. That is to say, it's supposed to be releasing in 2025, but I'm like 99% sure we already knew that, so I just thought it was odd, I suppose. Next up, they showed off the big Call of Duty Black Ops 7. Again, also not really my thing, but I will say the marketing for like the trailers and stuff for this have felt like from a different game entirely, which is interesting. Right after that, we had the announcement of Lords of the Fallen 2, sequel, of course, to the, not exactly
more
first Lords of the
Souls-likes,
Fallen, but
yay.
the previous one, which was also named Lords of the Fallen, which sounds confusing, but basically there's two games named Lords of the Fallen from the same people. The most recent one is the one I'm referring to, this being a sequel to, and 2 here is set about 100 years after the first one, and it looks like the forces that are fraying the threads between life and death are rearing their ugly heads again, and we have to get to the bottom of it. I'll be curious to see how much they learned from the first game here, because while it launched in a bit of a rough place, they did add on a significant amount of changes and things, I think like 2 or 3 complete overhauls to the original that I would say for the most part made it better. Curious to see how this one's going to wind up. Not long after that though, strangely enough, I think what wound up almost being the biggest announcement of the show somehow was that Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight is a thing that is happening.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, I'm kind of into it. They're adding things like difficulty and stuff to the Lego series, and while I'm probably not going to play this for me specifically, I do have a 6-year-old who is crazy into Legos right now, and I may very well buy this for us to play together. Following on from that, Warhammer 40k got an announcement in the form of Dawn of War
Don't
4.
care.
Dawn of War is a series people have asked me to take a look at forever, and Dawn of War may very well finally be an excuse for me to do that, if only to take a look at it, I suppose. Next up, we've got some more gameplay for the upcoming Onimusha Way of the Sword, showing off some more gameplay and things ahead of its release in 2026. Mostly for this one, I was just kind of enjoying the different enemy designs. They look appropriately unsettling when they move, but either way, another action game headed our way. The next thing I wanted to mention is the teaser for the upcoming Season 2 of the Fallout show. Like a great many people, I really enjoyed the first one. Obviously, I plan on watching the second season. That is going to be releasing episodically starting on December
liked
17th,
it,
which
but I didn't
think was
enjoy
somewhat,
it.
one of the more interesting things about that little teaser, as they are not dropping it all at once like they did the previous season, and is so common these days. Now, this one is actually going to be released once per week, and is of course going to follow on from the storylines you would have expected if you watched the first season. They're headed to New Vegas, of course. There's going to be a big look at Mr. House, Cooper Howard's backstory, chasing down Hank McClane, all the usual suspects. That's not all of our Bethesda news, however, because then we got a look at the upcoming DLC for Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, The Order of Giants. So Indiana Jones and the Great Circle is a surprisingly fantastic game. If you haven't played it, I'd highly recommend you do so, and I'm actually looking forward to this DLC, which is launching on September 4th, and it is, as the name would imply, going to take a look at the Giants, which got a decent amount of screen time in the base game, but really only scratched the surface. This DLC aims, of course, to flesh some of that out. Another game I wanted to mention, not so much because of the game itself, but who it was made by, and that is Death by Scrolling, which is being made by Ron Gilbert, the guy who made Monkey Island, and it looks like this is a relatively simple game. You're just going to be running up to the screen trying to get around obstacles.
Gonna turn off the lights. I'll be right
screen
back.
Below you will kill you if you fall too far behind, and it looked kind of novel in a play in a short burst kind of way. Following on from that, the next one I wanted to mention is the upcoming Ninja Gaiden 4. This is something we've already done. I've actually done an early preview of this game myself as well, but in particular, they dropped the full story trailer for this one. It's still coming out on October 21st, not too much longer to wait for that one. Although I will say it does actually share a release date with Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 now, though I would imagine there's not a lot of overlap with those two things. We also got a look at Silent Hill F, releasing relatively soon, September 25th, I believe. Not honestly sure if I'm going to cover this one yet or not. Not my normal genre, but I did think the trailer was appropriately weird and unsettling. Seeing you fighting off with a surprising amount of melee, all of these upsetting and strangely articulated creatures alongside the typical psychological horror type stuff you would expect from the series. Right after that, we got a look at La Divina Commedia, which I'm probably mispronouncing, or basically the Divine Comedy, which looks to be a Souls-like, focusing heavily on parrying, and you're going to be fighting off mechanical puppets of some sorts. This looks like a weird mix of both like Inotria and Lies of P. I'm honestly here just for the art style more than anything else. I'm not sure anybody was really clamoring for yet another Souls-like, if we're being real honest with each other, but we'll see what happens. Next up, we had
another Souls-like. Next up, we have 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 another Souls-like.
Introduction of this one, and it looks to be a very unsettling survival horror type experience where you fight off
another Souls-like.
World as you travel through various time periods.
Another Souls-like.
From people as you work for some strange group called the Collective. Overall, though, it looks pretty cool. I'm actually looking forward to playing that one quite a bit. It's Obsidian's turn right after that, though, because then we got a look at the Companions of the Outer Worlds 2.
Oh, come on.
Ahead of course, it's 29th of October release date. I would say, if anything, this probably marks their big...
I'm not doing Outer Worlds 2. I didn't like Avowed enough.
Release tends to be where you see a lot of that happen.
And I think Avowed is a good game,
of course,
too.
Represent the game's factions as you would probably expect, and further confirmation, of course, that you can in fact not romance them. Probably, I would say, the only announcement that genuinely kind of upset me a little bit, surprisingly so,
Your
was
skill
that,
has increased.
Somewhat expectedly, we got the release date for Bloodlines 2, which is the 21st of October, as I mentioned just a bit ago. Everyone was expecting kind of a Halloween release date here for this, so again, no surprise at all. What was a surprise, though, is that they both announced two clans that were not released previously were going to be there day one, but unfortunately locked behind a paywall, which means literally 1/3 of the game's available classes will be locked behind said paywall.
What?
Specifically the La Sombra and the Toreador. And honestly, after like everything this game has been through, you could have earned so much goodwill by just surprise announcing that 2 more clans were going to be introduced to this.
Bloodlines
and also
2.
keeping the price reasonable, and I think that would
Bloodlines
have done at the very
2.
least some
I
good
don't think
PR that
so.
this game is in desperate need of. Just a terrible decision to lock those 2 clans, 2 popular clans even, behind a day 1 DLC that brings the total price up to like $90. Honestly, wild stuff. Enshrouded, a survival craft game that I liked, that has been in early access for a while, is getting a update in the form of its Wake of the Water update. I doubt I'll jump into that game again until it fully launches, but nonetheless cool to see it making progress, of course. Getting closer to the end now, we then have the next DLC for Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Legacy of the Forge. Got some information. I was actually a little curious about this one because we've known the name of it for some time and that it would revolve around the crafting systems in game, specifically things like blacksmithing, as the name Legacy of the Forge would certainly imply, but it looks to be the case that there's going to be a decent chunk of story with this DLC as well, because you are going to take ownership of a burnt down forge, get it up and running again, and presumably running as a proper business that you can then, of course, utilize to expand your crafting horizons. Now, I would guess on top of that story, we're also going to get a bunch of crafting related things like extra recipes, things like that. You can already make get the best stuff via crafting, so I'm curious where they're going to go from there. Third from the end, we got a further look at Ghost of Yotei, which unfortunately is a PS5 only release, and this is a PC channel, so it'll be a while before I play it personally, but this announcement was basically to confirm that the Legends, or the multiplayer mode, will be there as DLC in 2026, with the game itself launching a little later this year, I believe. Since it isn't coming to PC, I wasn't paying a ton of attention to the release date on that one. Second to the end, we then had Resident Evil Requiem. This one, we will play as the young protagonist, Grace Ashcroft, in Resident Evil's latest take on the survival horror genre. Now, I will say, while I haven't played Resident Evil in quite some time, I think 4 was the last one I played, something about the aesthetics of this one are really interesting to me. Haven't decided whether or not I'll cover it for sure, but either way, it's releasing on February 26th, 2026. So we'll wind up seeing it sooner or later, one way or another. And then finally, to close out the show, they announced a new Black Myth title. I can't even begin to pronounce the name of this one, sorry. But this was just an announcement for the next title for Game Science. They also mentioned that Black Myth Wukong is seemingly not done entirely yet either. They said that journey was going to continue in some way. Not exactly sure what they meant, as it was a little cryptic. But if you liked Black Myth Wukong, as I did, and plenty of other people did as well, probably worth keeping an eye on this one. Information's a little light otherwise, though, for the moment. And I think that pretty well wraps up everything there was to know, at least as far as this channel is concerned, with the announcements and highlights for, of course, Gamescom's opening night live. So hopefully you found all of that interesting, found some information you were looking for. That said, if there's something I didn't mention that you would like to talk about, by all means, drop it down in the comment section below, which, of course, means to like, comment, subscribe, all that YouTube jazz. But regardless of any of that, truly, just thank you so much for watching. I really do appreciate it. May you wander in wisdom and have an amazing day.
If you've been on the internet for any amount of time, you've probably heard of r/place. Now, I do have to give a disclaimer. I will be talking about Reddit in this video. I am very sorry about that. But basically, this was an event held in 2017, 2022, and also 2023. Basically, the premise is you, the user, are given a huge empty canvas to work with. And as you can imagine, giving mostly anonymous people the power to draw whatever they want, certain questionable things end up happening. The only catch was to obviously stop people just brigading, and don't worry, that happened anyway.
Guys, we're getting attacked!
I'm sure if any of you have seen our place before, the infamous Black Void that happens pretty much every year, where it attempts to consume all life in its path. But the main catch was you could only place a certain set amount of pixels at a certain time. Meaning, if you wanted to draw something big, not in that way, shut up, it would take a while to complete it. Now, this seemed like an obstacle, obviously like a handicap to stop people just spamming everything everywhere. I will get to W place, don't worry. And how every time I check it, it's basically Delta rune characters and the trans flag everywhere. That is, except until you check Sweden, and you see people either drawing Cryosphere, Drain Gang, or the very famous nicotine pouch brand over there, Velo. But this handicap was actually a good thing because it brought the internet together to, collaborate. Obviously, you can't place as many big chungus pixels as you want to, so you'll have to team up with other subreddits or friends to basically make that happen. And by the time the social experiment was finished, you could see these collaborations between many people. It was basically a mosaic of internet cultures and fandoms. That is until people quickly ran out of space and they started to try and hijack other people's pieces.
They're going after it. All they have to do is big spikes and yell. That's all we asked.
And the reason why Our Place was so interesting because it seemed to be one of the few collaborations where pretty much anyone from the internet would come together and not outright try to kill each other. Now, Our Place, like I said, ran 3 times and then unfortunately shut down for the foreseeable future in 2023. Since then, it has become a staple of the internet. You've got people that have made time lapses, songs, even doing like condensed history videos.
The first day, a few funny things happened. Genshin Impact didn't have the greatest time.
Now the problem is, Our Place is gone. We need a replacement. And we can't really rely on the creator anymore because apparently he went off to make Wordle. Wait a minute, I want to try Wordle. I have not played this game in like a year. Oh, it's over. Oh, it's over before it began, basically. Bro, what can this word be? What? There is a letter A in there, but it's in the wrong place. What? The problem is you get stunlocked just reading the same words over and over, and it's like, no, you need to remove those letters because it's not right. That is a word. Okay, it's not a word. Well, if you scream it on like Discord or something, it's technically a word. Ooh. Well, that's not going to be right. Ah, so it's an L and an A. It's not queer. The E's taken. Oh my god. We were so close. What can this be? This is why I hate Wordle so much. I hate it. We need a word. Oh my god, what? What? There's no, this is, okay. I can guarantee Wordle has been going on so long now, they just ran out. They ran out of stuff. This will be some like weird Latin Martian word or something. A-L. Dude, no, because that's not giving me anything else. Right, let's just try a cute. Oh my god, of course, yeah, it was so, oh my god. I can't believe I did, wow guys. Wow, make sure you like and subscribe. So we've had Our Place, but now I would like to introduce to you W Place. Now obviously W Place is meant to represent World Place because instead of it being on like this kind of like square or block, you are painting on the entire planet. This obviously didn't stop people from just thinking it means WFAPS. Now as you can imagine, with the fact that you can paint anywhere in the world, most people would probably paint something in their own home country, but then other people would purposely go out of their way to paint on places where they will probably never visit in their life, like for example Pyongyang, North Korea, and also North Sentinel Island. I'd also like to point out, by the way, I'm not sure if it's still up, but a couple of years ago someone just lied on Google Maps and said that there was like a McDonald's on North Sentinel Island. If you don't know, for context, by the way, North Sentinel Island is basically one of the last places on the planet
your skill has increased.
Doesn't basically have a main way to contact the rest of the world. No real civilization. There are like
it was funny. I didn't know how
natives
nasty
that
it
live
was
there,
though when I
but
first
usually,
heard it.
as many news coverage has shown, people that try to go to the island to try and, I don't know, convert them or introduce them to an iPhone usually end up being killed. I would also like to point out that my PO box in my About section says that it is set in Stafford, and that immediately led people to start drawing things like this in the Stafford area of the UK. I would like to say a heartfelt thank you for the free gooning material. Now, at the minute, W Place has only really been up for about 5 weeks, but it has blown up to the point that the servers basically keep being taken down because there's too many people actually posting stuff on there. Now, problems started to arise when W Place was basically opened to the public, because obviously with like Our Place, it was Redditors, they're Redditors, that there can sometimes be echo chambers, but usually everyone kind of agrees on the same thing. Now, basically, anyone can post anything. There has been a lot of slap fights. Now, I'm sure you've seen, if you go onto W Place, pretty much 90% of the map at this point is just Deltarune. I guarantee you there is not a single country out there on W Place at the minute that doesn't have some kind of Deltarune character or some kind of trans flag. And that's obviously because of the reason that pretty recently, Deltarune Chapter 3 and 4 got released. And the fan base, basically bigger than ever, together is a mix of old heads that played Undertale, old heads that are Homestuck fans, and then new gens that grew up playing Deltarune.
Your
And I
skill
think one of the
has
main
increased.
reasons why you see Deltarune everywhere is because it's pixel art. It's pretty easy to kind of like replicate it and draw it on a map. And then this then led to a lot of people complaining about it, saying that they couldn't go 5 seconds without seeing some kind of Deltarune reference. Now, I have talked about this kind of internet fatigue for a long time, but the way the internet works, if something is popular or successful or, you know, it's inescapable, like for example, if an artist blows up, if a film star blows up, Pedro Pascal being a great example, eventually that small minority of people that never liked him in the first place or liked this person in the first place will grow bigger and bigger because of this fatigue. You know, Pedro Pascal, I think, is a pretty decent actor. You know, he was in Game of Thrones, The Last of Us, many other films and TV shows.
Mandalorian
But
was the only
fact that
good
is
thing
now
he ever did.
everywhere, a lot of people have basically turned around and said, this guy was never good anyway. He's a plant. He's a plant from Disney. And obviously now the same thing is happening with Deltarune because it is inescapable, it's everywhere, and a lot of people, they just really do get sick of it. I think it'll always be that argument of the thing that you're interested in, you'll basically post it anywhere with reckless abandon, but then if other people do the same thing, you kind of get pushed away from it a bit. A great example here, this is a very weird and niche reference, Battlefield 3. On the launch of Battlefield 3, which came out, wait a minute, 2011? Oh my god. Jarvis, put in the coffin being lowered bit. In Battlefield 3, on launch, the game was a little bit broken. And in that game, there was one weapon that was more broken than anything else you could imagine. That was the USAS-12 auto shotgun when you unlocked frag rounds. Now, I'm not sure what they were smoking at DICE, but they basically had no understanding of how fragmentation rounds should work. Obviously, you know, if you've got like a 00 buckshot, it'll spread around. If you've got a slug round, it might be an instant kill because it is just a fat bullet. But then frag rounds, they just thought, it took them so long to unlock it. Why doesn't it just insta-kill anyone that comes within 5 kilometers of it and also blinds you and makes you deaf? So that's why there were loads of compilations of people using the USAS-12 frag rounds on Battlefield before DICE stepped in and nerfed it. The point I'm making is, everyone that was using that gun had the time of their life. They were involved in something. The other people that had to get killed by that gun or witness people using it that they could be involved in, they didn't like that. So that's why pretty much any USAS-12 frag round compilation on YouTube is just massive dislike now. Very bizarre, strange and weird comparison there, but at least it wasn't a Breaking Bad reference. Now, what's my opinion on this? I'm a commentator YouTuber. I'm not allowed to have an opinion, but if I did have an opinion, I don't really care. It's not like I log into WPlace every day and see like the funny goat from Deltarune. I mean, I've played Deltarune, I've played Undertale. I enjoyed both of them a lot. But again, if you've looked at my portfolio of main channel video games that I've covered, there is definitely some kind of underlying mental illness. Now, I get it. Post your little Deltarune characters, Sans, Undertale. I don't care. That's totally fine. The problem is, there's always escalation, and I can't tell whether this was the Deltarune fans going too far, or this was people trying to make the Deltarune fans look bad. Like, for example, when they were drawing dead Deltarune sprites in certain places, like, for example, Columbine High School and Auschwitz. There was also a large memorial of Grass Wonder that had been made. If you don't know who Grass Wonder is, it was basically a real-life racehorse who was featured in the anime show Uma Musume. Uma Musume Pretty Derby. There we go, finally. Said one word right for once.
Wednesday we'll do Uza Mamume. What's it called? Uma Masumi? I gotta figure this out, man. People are gonna be mad.
And this was like an anime about horse racing, but all the horses were women. Again, that's probably one of the animes of all time. But to be fair, at the same time, I still can't get over Yugi's haircut in Yu-Gi-Oh! What is going on with that hair? Like, okay, roast my hair all you want, but like, why is it red at the back? What is that hair? Crazy. Now, Grass Wonder, the racehorse, died the 8th of August this year, which is exactly the same time where WPlace became active. So fans of the show ended up making a memorial for the horse. The problem is the memorial started to get vandalized by Deltarune fans, drawing characters on top of this picture, which of course started a whole World War III scenario between the Deltarune fanbase and the anime fanbase. I could not imagine a worse fight in my life. But again, like I did say earlier, it is pretty hard to ID people that are using WPlace. So is it really Deltarune fans, or is it people that are trying to make the fan base look bad? I mean, you've even got people on Twitter saying that the colors that they use to paint on WPlace aren't even correct. And this could actually be places like 4chan that are trying to organize a civil war between Twitter users. I will be honest, I don't think they need to get involved for a civil war to happen in the first place. And for probably the most serious thing to come out of WPlace, a curse that infinitely repeats itself, the Void. So there was this content creator called Ricky Edits, and he basically called on his fans to start covering all of Andorra with black and purple checkered patterns, since that's the pattern that he ends up using for his branding. The only problem is, WPlace, they came prepared, and this time they had a rule book. And they basically said, do not paint over other artworks using random colors or patterns just to mess things up. And obviously by asking you to do just basically 2 colors repeating that looks like an error texture when you don't have CS installed playing Gary's mod, a lot of people saw this as just straight up vandalism. Now, one person on the WPlace moderation team called Megumi actually tried to make a stand against this kind of like growing void in Andorra, and that was by banning Ricky's account and the other accounts contributing to the creation of it. So Ricky and Megumi started beefing over Twitter, and then Ricky ends up making another video talking about the Twitter drama. You know, talking about him getting banned, the accounts getting banned, and then directly calling out this one mod, Megumi. Now, unsurprisingly, once Ricky called out this mod, the fan base were basically...
I don't care about this. We'll do a new Wendigang now.
April 5th, 2015, Easter Sunday. The sun rises over the Nethervon airfield in the UK. Quiet day that would compare. Victoria Cilliers, a very experienced skydiver, thousands of jumps, steps onto the waiting plane. She's done this more times than she can count. The roar of engines, the cold rush of the air at altitude, the smell of fuel, all familiar. But today, something happens to Victoria that has never happened to her before. Victoria jumps, plummeting towards the earth. Then, at 3,000 feet, her hand reaches instinctively for the ripcord. She pulls, and this time, nothing happens. She pulls again, nothing. Where a canopy has faithfully exploded out of her pack every time she has pulled that cord, there is now nothing but the vast open sky and the overwhelming sound of the wind whipping past her face. Part of her panics, but she remains calm. She releases her reserve chute, which thankfully tumbles out behind her, but it's tangled. Instead of ballooning open into a chute, it spins above her as she rushes towards the ground at almost 120 miles per hour. Victoria aims for the softest ground she can, a recently plowed field, and attempts to slow her speed any way she can. While the reserve chute slows her some, she still slams into the ground at 60 miles per hour, which should have killed her, but she miraculously survives. An accident like this should almost never happen. The likelihood of both chutes failing is so small that such incidents are practically non-existent. But this was no accident. It was a cold-blooded murder attempt by the one person Victoria should have been able to trust more than anyone else, her husband. Hello, everybody. Today we're going to be talking about the attempted parachute murder. We're going to talk about the absurdity of this murder attempt and, believe it or not, the other murder attempt that led up to it. Apologies for the lack of consistent uploads lately. As you can see, I have moved, so all of my earthly possessions had to go from one place to another, and it's still boring and gray back there, so you just have to stare at my stupid face. I'm sorry. Hopefully the bizarre nature of today's case makes up for it, and if it sounds interesting to you, then stick around after the ad as we get into it. Something that you should always be weary of is debt. Sometimes there's friendly debt, things like car payments or house payments, and then there's the super violent, not at all friendly debt. It goes from one missed bill to a missed phone call, envelopes you don't open, pressure that doesn't let up. Debt doesn't knock, it kicks down the door. Thankfully, today's sponsor, PDS Debt, is here to help you fight back. PDS Debt goes beyond just the numbers and looks at your unique financial situation and crafts a personalized plan designed just for you. There's no minimum credit score required. They're here to help you save more, pay off your debt faster, and start putting money back where it belongs, into your pocket. And I know things like finances can be a touchy subject, especially when you don't know where the company's coming from. But I'm happy to say that PDS Debt is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, boasts thousands of 5-star reviews on Google, and holds a 5-star rating on Trustpilot. Why? Because PDS has helped hundreds of thousands of people get out of debt. Debt can be scary. While thankfully I haven't struggled with it, I've seen friends and family members struggle with it for decades. And if I'd known about it then, I certainly would have recommended PDS Debt, because it's good to have someone experienced in your corner when things aren't looking too good. You're 30 seconds away from being debt-free. Get your free assessment and find the best option for you right now at pdsdebt.com/Wendigang or scan the QR code. Again, pdsdebt.com/Wendigang, pdsdebt.com/Wendigang to get your free assessment today. Thank you all for watching the ad, and thank you to PDS Debt for sponsoring the channel. Their link will be in the description. We are now back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. Victoria and Emile Cilliers met in 2009 when Victoria was working as a physiotherapist for the Ministry of Defense, which is the charming British beans and toast way of saying their Defense Department. Emile was a physical trainer and instructor in the Royal Army, who visited Victoria's treatment center after injuring his knee in a skiing accident. As Victoria treated him, they developed chemistry, and after she handed him off to a colleague for treatment, the pair began dating. Emile had moved to the UK from South Africa in the 2000s and had met and married a woman named Carly before, with which he had 2 kids. But that marriage ended in divorce, opening the door for Victoria and Emile. The couple had another 2 children of their own, a 3-year-old daughter and a newborn son at the time of the incident, and lived together in Amesbury, a mere 10 minutes away from the airfield that would come to serve as the location of Victoria's horrific landing. From the outside, their family appeared to have it all. Both parents had established careers in highly respected fields. They had a beautiful home in which they lived with 2 beautiful children, and Victoria and Emile appeared completely in love. But as you probably figured out from the introduction and the title of this video, all was not actually going well behind closed doors. Unbeknownst to Victoria, Emile had been living a double life. By 2014, this life had started catching up to him. He had racked up a massive amount of debt, upwards of 22,000 British pounds. Police would later estimate the real total was much higher than that, saying, quote, he moved money around his many accounts on a daily basis, weaving a web that was almost impossible for financial investigators to unpick. Not only did Emile owe money to colleagues from work and payday lenders, he also owed his wife, who had lent him at least 19,000 pounds over the course of 7 years. As his debts grew, repayment of those debts ate most of his salary from his work with the army, and he had even started quietly taking money from Victoria's bank accounts. So, you know, real stand-up guy. In one instance, Emile privately withdrew 6,000 pounds from her savings, and when she asked him about the missing funds, Emile insisted she had been hacked. But when the bank investigated, they traced the hacker's IP address back to the family's home computer. Which, for one, it's kind of like a juvenile response to be like, oh, maybe you got hacked. But then you follow that lie to the point the bank tracks the IP address, and when it shows up as your computer, are you just like, man, these guys are good? Which, I can't really say that much. I lost my Twitter account to a phone call, so we're just going to move on. But the real scandal, and the reason Emile had compiled these debts in the first place, was due to his numerous affairs and what some would describe as a sex addiction. Not only was Emile cheating on Victoria, he had also maintained multiple relationships, including one with his ex-wife, and another with an Austrian skydiver named Stephanie Galler. He met Stephanie on Tinder and began a very committed affair. On top of even this, he spent thousands on prostitutes who he would contact through various sites online. As these encounters strained his bank account, Emile would blame his financial woes on the bureaucracy of the military and problems at work, as well as various clerical errors on the part of financial advisors and banks. Oh, sorry, honey. Looks like the bank took another 10,000 pounds. What are you going to do? At one point, while Victoria was pregnant with their second child, Emile was away for New Year's with his girlfriend Stephanie. An officer from a loan company came to their house, scaring and intimidating Victoria, who was alone with her 3-year-old. When she texted Emile about it, he replied, quote, "Why are you worried? They can't do anything." Which, that's like scumbag to another level. Your wife is pregnant at home with your other kid, and you are stealing money from her to go on this trip with your affair partner. And when your spending gets her in trouble with a loan company, you're like, women, am I right? What are they so worried about? As impactful as all of his side relationships were, none of his extramarital partners affected Emile as much as Stephanie did, who Emile would text regularly, fantasizing about running away and building a life with her. In his many texts to her, thousands every month, Emile portrayed his marriage to Victoria as a failing partnership that he was victim to, trapped, stuck in a life he was desperate to escape. He even told Stephanie that the child Victoria was pregnant with belonged to another man. Victoria began sensing something was off. His ridiculous excuses made less and less sense anytime she questioned him about his finances. Quote from Victoria, "Cracks were starting to show. I was aware around that time. I had suspicions before that he was having an affair." But Victoria was still very much in love with Emile, and as she felt their marriage slipping away, she felt sad and confused. She sent him texts and emails when he would leave for work trips, which were actually vacations with Stephanie, saying she loved and missed him. Sensing his distance, she even once texted him saying, quote, "I feel like a failure of a wife." She would find various clues to his infidelity, like restaurant receipts for meals, clearly for 2 people, that she hadn't been to. Which, like, you don't have to keep the receipts. You could just you
Yeah.
can throw those things away. Why would you hold on to them? Like, was he that confident or that stupid he wouldn't get caught? Whenever she would confront Emil about these clues, he would lie, make up an excuse, and they would often fight. Describing that period in their marriage, Victoria said, quote, "I was scared, panicking. Everything seemed to be going massively pear-shaped, and I didn't really understand why. I didn't understand what I had done wrong." It's comedically sad and evil that he's out on these affairs, stealing money from her, and she's like, "I feel like a failure of a wife," and other tragic things.
This is what always
Bringing
happens.
home receipts from dinner, apparently. As Victoria's trust began to erode, so did her sense of safety. In 2014, she reworked the contents of her will, quietly removing Emil and making her children the beneficiaries should anything happen to her. At the same time, Emil was making moves of his own, adding Victoria to his life insurance policy and maximizing her coverage up to £120,000. This, he believed, would solve both his problems, a marriage he was unhappy with and the financial strain he was under, allowing him to start a new life with Stephanie. In text recovered by police, Emil told Stephanie that Victoria, quote, "wouldn't be around much longer," which Stephanie later said she believed was a figurative statement, only realizing what he meant once everything came out. Yes, I'm sure that the woman that knowingly had an affair with a husband and father of 2, 4 counting his previous marriage, certainly didn't think anything nefarious was up. Okay. It's like when El Chapo's wife was questioned by the police and said she had no idea that her husband was in the cartel and never even heard about drugs or anything like that. Normally that level of loyalty would be cool, but we're talking about affairs. There's no room for loyalty here. One early morning in 2015, a week before Victoria's fateful skydiving tumble, Emil carried out what would be his first attempt on her life. Victoria woke up to the overwhelming smell of gas coming from her kitchen. Emil wasn't home. He had spent the night with his ex-wife while also texting his girlfriend Stephanie and also contacting prostitutes. He had told the family he was sleeping at his barracks to avoid early morning traffic. On smelling the gas, Victoria investigated the gas valve in the kitchen and found it had been tampered with. There was also fresh blood on the valve, making it clear someone had intentionally messed with it and seemingly cut their hand in the process. She texted her husband about it, asking, quote, "Are you trying to bump me off?" She intended it as a joke, whereas we know now it was tragically accurate. Perhaps something in the back of her mind knew it was no laughing matter. The same thing in the back of her mind that made her change her will. Emil admonished her for even daring to suggest such a thing, but forensic analysis would later determine that it was his blood. Keep in mind that not only was Victoria sleeping upstairs, so were Emil's 2 children, aged 3 years old and 1 month old. Which, yeah, his wife had just given birth in the midst of all these affairs. So not only was he willing to kill his wife, he was willing to kill his 2 children if it meant he got to be with the woman he wanted to be with, and all the additional women he wanted to be with. He was determined to take her out any way he could, with zero regard for the collateral damage it might require. Having failed in his first attempt, Emil began plotting a second,
Your
more
skill
elaborate
has
plan to
increased.
dispatch of his wife. This time, he would use his background knowledge of parachutes to sabotage them, ensuring Victoria would plummet helplessly towards the earth.
Your skill
with
has
almost certain
increased.
death. Emil was a certified parachute packer, having obtained credentials in 2010 after meeting Victoria and being introduced to her passion for skydiving. He knew the ins and outs of the packing process and therefore knew exactly where and how to rig
Your
them
skill has
so they would
increased.
fail. Over Easter weekend, Emil booked a skydiving trip for him and
Level
his
9
wife,
dark.
telling her it was a special treat.
I think I might go black mage, red mage, all the way to
It would be her
75.
first jump in over a year, and having become so desperate for any sign that their marriage still had hope, she was thrilled that Emil finally seemed interested, not just in her, but in doing something together. So, on the day...
Oh, it's the game? Okay. Collect upright base. Okay. They want me to, like, fetch quest something. It's like, what is that sound? Sorry.
Before Easter Sunday, 2015, the whole family traveled to the Nethervon airfield. When they arrived, Emil offered to grab a chute for her from the kit store. Then, stating their young daughter needed to use the restroom, disappeared into the bathroom with his 3-year-old and the parachute. It was a weird choice, bringing the giant pack into such a tiny bathroom when everyone left their kits in the hangar. Later, Emil would say that he didn't want to leave it unattended where strangers could access it, because yes, that would be bad. if a stranger got your wife's parachute, and certainly not you, right? While in the stall, Emil knotted her main canopy and removed key pieces from the reserve chute called slings. He did all of this in just a few minutes. He then repacked the reserve, either using a special metal packing tool or something as simple as a kitchen utensil like a fork or spoon. He then stepped back out into the hangar with the pack, ready to watch his wife fall to her death. But there was an issue. The weather conditions were unfavorable, preventing any jumps from happening that afternoon. They would have to go home and return the next day on Easter. Rather than return the kit to the store like everyone else, Emil insisted that Victoria store the kit in her locker to save time the following morning when she came back. Which doesn't make any sense because everyone else you're doing the jump with has to go to the kit store anyway. She felt uneasy about it, leaving her parachute out where anyone could access it, but she was so eager to maintain the happy, positive rapport she seemed to finally be building with her husband that she went along with his insistence. She didn't want to fight. The next day, Victoria returned to the airfield, this time with Emil staying home with the kids. While this had now gone from them doing something together to her doing something on her own, she was still overjoyed. Finally, the man she loved was doing things for her, putting her first, offering to watch the children so she could do something she loved. When conditions once again proved to be unfavorable, he encouraged her to stay at the airfield till things cleared up. Something that always strikes me with cases like this is the little evils that have to occur. Like, of course, the big evils deserve the majority of the attention, like him willing to kill his children in a house explosion. But just realizing how constant this plan had to be in his mind, that his wife was like, maybe I'll come home to you and the kids, and he keeps texting, no, stay there, go on the jump, knowing it will result in her death. With the clouds hanging low over the ground, the restless crew finally received the green light to do a hop and pop, or a low-altitude jump where divers would deploy their parachutes shortly after leaving the plane. Victoria pulled the kid on her back and excitedly boarded the plane with the other 11 jumpers. Witnesses described her as happy, saying she fist-bumped all the other divers as they began their ascent up to around 4,000 feet. Victoria was the last out of the plane. After about 3 seconds of freefall, she pulled the cord. She immediately realized something was off. The last thing she remembered was trying to deploy the reserve. Onlookers watched helplessly as Victoria tumbled towards the ground, saying she looked like a rag doll when she made impact, landing on her right side and blacking out. Airfield personnel were so certain that she had died that as they rushed to her side, they brought a body bag with them. And in their defense, there's only a handful of people that have fallen from 4,000 feet and survived. She had fractured her pelvis in multiple places, cracked several ribs, and broke her spine. But she was somehow, miraculously, alive. But one person this was no miracle for was Emil. While incredibly rare, his perfect plan had somehow failed. While an attempt like this is incredibly rare, it's not entirely unheard of. In 2003, a 20-year-old officer cadet named Stephen Hidler had fallen 13,000 feet to his death in Lincolnshire following a July 4th skydive. His main and reserve chute both failed. The risers on Hidler's reserves were cut, leading police to suspect foul play. But after a 10-month-long investigation, they concluded that it was a suicide, and that Hidler had cut his own chutes in order to make it appear as an accident. This would later be challenged by many within the community, who pointed out that if you were going to kill yourself, you wouldn't likely attempt to pull both your main and reserve chutes and save your life. You could just not do anything. But if you go to the police's theory and say, oh, well, maybe he cut his own chutes so people wouldn't think he did it to himself, then that still doesn't make any sense, because they're going to investigate and see that the chute's cut and think that you did it to yourself. Despite the controversy, that didn't stop Emil from referencing this very incident in court, suggesting Victoria had intended to take her own life instead. This guy is a true specimen. Cheats on his wife, tries to kill her and the kids, fails at killing her but severely injures her, and then says, everyone, maybe this is what she wants. Maybe we should respect her wishes. Also, because I guess this is on the table now, if I was to hypothetically, potentially maybe make videos that were negative to corporations like Disney or Nintendo or Fiji Water or government agencies or the Yakuza, and if I ever go skydiving and my lines are cut, I didn't do it myself. Add that one to the list. I'm also just never skydiving. If I'm ever found in a plane that I'm supposed to fall out of, be suspicious. Experts on the ground who responded to Victoria's fall
I want
were
to skydive
dumbfounded.
so bad.
This sort of thing just didn't happen.
I think it's one of the cooler
When
things
they
humans
inspected
can
the
do.
equipment, they noticed multiple things didn't look right. Mark Bayada, the chief instructor at the Army Parachute Association, which runs Nethervon, said the following, quote, "All the lines on one side of the parachute were knotted up. When we lifted her onto the stretcher to put her into the helicopter, one of the paramedics asked if someone could look underneath to make sure no lines were still attached. That's the first time I looked at the equipment properly, and I could see the two ends of the risers on the reserve chute were unattached." Bayada started to look further into the kit, searching for signs of defect, loose stitching, residue, burn marks, bunching of the straps that would indicate they had been under pressure. But there was nothing to indicate a mechanical failure, and it had been inspected 16 times by 10 different packers over the life of the pack, including as recently as 2 months prior. Believe it or not, people that jump out of planes for a living
Your skill has
are
increased.
pretty particular about how the chutes are packed. Every time, the inspectors had noted that the slinks, which now were not in their proper place, were in fact there. And this was the first time the reserve had ever been deployed. Suspecting tampering, Bayada called the police to report what he saw. Officers went to see Victoria at the hospital, while others inspected the parachute for themselves. They didn't think they would find much beyond a tragic mechanical failure, but the more they looked into the case, the more their suspicions grew. The inspection confirmed what Bayada had suggested. The kit had almost certainly been tampered with, and when police received a very concerning call from one of Victoria's friends, they knew Emil was their prime suspect. Victoria's friend called and told the police that the relationship between Emil and Victoria was abusive, with the latter trapped in a coercive relationship with Emil. Quote, "There were domestic abuse issues within the relationship that weren't obvious from the outside. We're not talking about black eyes and bruises, we're talking about the unseen stuff." So Wiltshire police immediately began constructing a timeline of events. The day before Easter, Emil had shadowed Victoria to the kit store, rented the rig, and escaped into the restrooms to begin his work. Although the bathroom stall was cramped and would have, according to Bayada, been very difficult to work in, Emil's knowledge and packer certification made it plausible he would have been able to pull it off. Typically, these chutes are pretty big, so you need a lot of space to work on them, but if you knew what you were doing, it was possible. However, given he would only have had a few minutes to tamper with Victoria's pack, police needed to confirm it was even possible, not just with limited space, but with the limited time. So, Bayada got to work. Taking two different parachutes, a 149 square foot kit like the one Victoria had, and a larger 170 foot chute as an extra data point, Mark entered into the same bathroom stalls Emil had used. He was able to replicate the sabotage in 5 minutes and 5 seconds and 5 minutes and 15 seconds respectively. Replicating the damage, Bayada put the removed reserve slinks in his pocket and concluded that, quote, "The tampering carried out would not be noticed in a pre-jump flight line visual check." This Bayada guy is awesome. The police are like, would it even be possible for a parachute specialist to damage this parachute in that bathroom? And Bayada's like, give me the parachute. On top of that, the police examined the gas leak from the week before. As mentioned, they found the blood and were able to trace it to Emil. Using forensics, they also determined that he had used a universal wrench and an adjustable pair of pliers to open the top nut on the gas valve in the area next to the gas oven. This was enough to arrest Emil in his barracks on April 28, 2015. At the time of his arrest, he apparently had no reaction or objection to being told he was being detained under suspicion of attempted murder. He didn't even ask for a lawyer. Emil sat through almost 6 hours of interrogation without any kind of legal representation. Which, regardless if you did it or not, you would think people would always ask for a lawyer. This actually reminds me of a guy that tragically did kill his wife and kids to be with an affair partner, Chris Watts. Chris Watts sat through hours of interrogation. He was so confident that he was like, give me a lie detector, and then he failed the lie detector, and he was like, oh, which I guess good for us that they're always stupid, but it's like, how are you that stupid? In the initial interrogation, Emil admitted to his affair with Stephanie and trouble with finances, as well as the fact that he had gone into the restroom for some time on that Saturday afternoon. Quote from the detectives, he offered up both a motive and a means of murder, as if he were untouchable. He assumed we were going to accept what he was saying, and that he'd never see us again. When asked if he had anything else to say, Emil told the detectives, quote, "The worst part about today was that you arrested me in front of my subordinates." No, Emil. The worst part about today is that you're going to jail for murder. Well, attempted, but you get it. By the time the trial was finally underway, investigators had combed through tens of thousands of pages of data. Forensic teams went through his phones and computers. Interestingly, Victoria, who you might assume would have been extremely helpful to the prosecution in building a case against Emil, initially refused to cooperate. She would defend her husband, cover for his whereabouts, and retracted previously potentially incriminating statements against him. And while this may sound frustrating, this is pretty standard of people in abusive relationships. They feel the need to cover for their abuser. Displaying symptoms typical of a victim of domestic abuse, Victoria even stated that she herself may have damaged the shoe. When retracting her previous statement, she said, quote, "I made it sound worse than it was because I was humiliated. I wanted him to suffer." Mark Bayada testified for the prosecution, stating that the parachute kit was in fact tampered with. He said that to untie the knots about the sliders would have required opening the reserve container on purpose and meticulously putting everything back together in its pack. This testimony would prove essential, as without it, Emil's work could have easily been dismissed by the court as an accident. Little proof to say otherwise. Regardless, the case wasn't a sure shot because Victoria was still defending her husband's character. A conviction seemed unlikely unless the prosecution could prove, for one, Emil's mental state, as well as the state he had put Victoria in. The trial began in September of 2016, and Emil was charged with multiple counts of attempted murder, as well as reckless endangerment. No friends or family showed up to court to support Emil,
Your skill has
which
increased.
also meant that the defense had no character witnesses to counter the prosecution's claims. Not even his colleagues in the army would comment on him. Proving Emil to be of highly questionable moral character would not be especially difficult. In the words of one of the detectives on the case, Emil displayed all the traits of a psychopath: sociopath, narcissist, extreme selfishness. He only cares about himself. The prosecution laid out Emil's numerous infidelities and callous behavior. This included the revelation that he was sleeping with his ex-wife, Carly Cilliers, while soliciting prostitutes for unprotected sex for 100 pounds and asking to film it. He had used borrowed money, including that from his wife, to fund the extravagant trips and vacations with his mistress, Stephanie, and had even texted her while at Victoria's bedside as she recovered. In one of these messages, while referring to Victoria's injuries, Emil told Stephanie,
Men are
quote,
goddamn
"I can't imagine
dogs.
anything like that happening to you. All I can think about is you." So he tries to kill his wife and kids. That didn't work. He almost kills his wife, and then suggests maybe she did it. And then while next to her, and the facade's still going that he cares about her, he's texting his affair partner saying, "Man, I would be so sad if what happened to the mother of my children happened to you. We gotta kill this guy. There's no way our world is enriched or made better if he's still breathing. And we gotta get rid of him." The judge needs to have a button under his desk that just foregoes the trial. He can only use it like once or twice in his career. But if someone is just that far gone, he can just press it and the person in the defendant chair just falls into a pit of crocodiles. I think that would be the best result here. I mean, the crocodiles would be happy. When Emil first showed up at the hospital, Victoria said he didn't offer any sympathy or his support. Instead, he produced forms for a doctor to sign regarding her injuries in order for Emil to recoup costs from insurance. Victoria told police at the time, quote, "He didn't even say he loved me. He was there counting up my fractures. You get 1,000 pounds for each break, and he was there adding them up." Once again, crocodile pit. A lecturer in psychopathy who was at the trial watching the case agreed with Detective Franklin regarding Emil's signs of psychopathy. His interest in risky sports, his complete lack of remorse for his infidelity, his excessive spending, his womanizing, and his inability to empathize are all on the prescribed list of psychopathic behavior. If the gas didn't work and the parachute didn't work, he would have had another go and another go until it was successful. The prosecution noted, quote, "Emil wanted to be rid of Victoria and wanted to live his life on his own terms. He cared nothing for her and in truth cared only for himself. He had decided to get rid of her permanently. This is a man who cared absolutely nothing for her and treated her with absolute contempt." During deliberations, the jury became deadlocked when two jurors both had to be excused due to illness stemming from the stresses of the court case. As this placed the jury below the legally required threshold, a mistrial was called, and a retrial happened soon afterwards. This time they came to a verdict only 30 hours after the deliberations began. And what was that verdict? Thankfully, guilty on all counts. 2 accounts of attempted murder and 1 for reckless endangerment. 1 count of attempted murder against Victoria through the gas leak, and then the reckless endangerment was his 2 children in the same gas leak, and then the other attempted murder was, of course, the parachute incident. The judge, Justice Sweeney, had this to say about Emil's character, a key component in his sentencing. Quote, You are reckless and single-minded with significant deficits in thinking and behavior. You are an expert in manipulation, plainly capable of planning someone's murder without a flicker of conscience. You pose a high risk of danger to others. Which, yeah, that sums it up. These counts carried with them a sentence to life in prison. Emil apparently did not react or show any emotion while the sentence was being read. Victoria Cilliers continued advocating for her husband. During the reading of the victim impact statements, which usually helps the judge reach an appropriate sentence on behalf of the victims, Victoria asked hers not to be read out loud. The general understanding was that she wanted to appeal for a more lenient sentence for Emil, and didn't want to do anything to make it likelier he ended up behind bars, which once again, typical of victims of abuse. Judge Sweeney said this about Victoria, quote, "That your wife recovered it all was miraculous. She undoubtedly suffered severe physical harm, and she must have suffered psychological harm in the terror of the fall and since. She appears to have recovered from the physical harm, but not, having seen her in the witness box at length, from the psychological harm." Man, this Judge Sweeney just hits the nail right on the head. I bet he would like my crocodile pit idea. And he was right. Victoria, no doubt a victim of severe emotional abuse and manipulation, did not want to accept what Emil had done to her. Long after the trial was over, she admitted that she could not see him as a killer. Quote from her, "I have to go, I suppose, with the verdict. It's almost like peer pressure to conform. My family, friends, everyone seems to think they know more than I do. They see different evidence to me. He'd been unfaithful. He'd had issues with money. But that is not attempted murder. Yes, I'm hurt and angry, but can I see him as capable of murder? No." She would later describe Emil as a passionate, intense alpha male soldier and a sex addict. Victoria, for a while, would visit Emil in prison, where he continued denying that he had done anything wrong and that both the parachute and gas leak were unfortunate incidents, not attempted murder. He downplayed the affairs and tried to get back together with Victoria, but history didn't lie. Emil had gone back and forth on how he felt about the various women in his life constantly. The reason his first marriage and those two children haven't come up in the story is because he totally abandoned them. His first wife, who was a teenager that he got pregnant when he was living in South Africa, was useless to him until he began an affair with her years later after he was married to Victoria. In his first interview with police, he shed tears about how this incident with Victoria might negatively impact his relationship with Stephanie, who he described as the love of my life. In the second interview, his time with Stephanie was described as just an affair, in his own words. By the third, when police questioned Emil about him crying during that first interview, he insisted that he cried because he was worried about Victoria. And then they pointed out that it was Stephanie specifically that he claimed he was sad about. By the time it got to trial, he testified that he was just stringing Stephanie along. It's very apparent that Emil would have said anything to anyone at any time as long as it worked to benefit himself in some way. He insisted to Stephanie until the end that the second child Victoria had birthed had belonged to another. Emil claimed he even had DNA proof of such. He was a liar, a manipulator, and a killer. Or, attempted killer. All of the lies and deception may have finally truly caught up to him, though. Stephanie Galler stopped communicating with him, and eventually, during a phone call with Emil, Victoria asked him for a divorce. By 2024, she had remarried, and seems that she was finally free from the cycle Emil had happily trapped her in for over a decade.
Crazy.
Victoria met a fellow skydiver who she built a house with in pursuit of a quiet and fulfilled life. She has continued her work as a physiotherapist for the Ministry of Defense, although I'm not sure if she's going to be able to bring herself to jump out of a plane again. It would be impossible to blame her if she couldn't. As for Emil, thankfully, he continues to rot behind bars. But even from his cell, he's attempting to retain some form of control over Victoria's life. In April of 2024, he
I know
sued
two
Victoria
people like
from
this,
prison
and one that I
for a
don't
share
know.
of the equity from the home they share together. Quote from Victoria, "He's still trying to control
Complete
the narrative from
psychos.
prison. The divorce took so long and was so draining, I just stopped there. I didn't get a settlement in regards to the children's arrangements or my finances. I just assumed, under the circumstances, it would never be an issue. He's taken me to court for a share of the house. He still sees me as his cash cow." Well, Emil can do whatever he wants. He's in prison and he's not coming out. Thankfully, at the end of our tale, Emil Cilliers is locked away and Victoria continues to fly high. Unless, of course, she wants to not literally fly high again, which, once again, understandable. That's all we got for the attempted parachute murder. I like this case because it's weird and zany. Thankfully,
no one died. No one died.
She and the kids had to go through that, but at the beginning of the story, she was in an abusive relationship, and at the end, she's out of it. We thought this story was worth sharing, and hopefully you all enjoyed, and we just want to say thank you for watching.
It was a good, odd one that didn't have a terrible, tragic ending. I actually really liked it. Maybe it's a good sign for YouTube, maybe.
Again, apologies for the lack of consistent uploads
Hi,
lately.
kitty.
Now that I'm settled, hopefully the content can ramp up. Everyone that made this video possible will be credited in the description. Be sure to show them some love. Thank you all for the support here and on Wendigoon and on Creepcast. It really does mean the world. New content on the way, and I believe that should do it.
Let's talk about Scarface. Not the famous Al Pacino classic, the original story by one Armitage Trail. You may know the movie it inspired, but the novel, to me, is just as, if not more, interesting. Swap out the 80s Miami fever dream for the paranoid pulse of 1920s Chicago. A tale of blood, bootleg whiskey, Tommy guns and gangsters, and the ruthless ambition of a kid from the slums who becomes the terrifying face of a criminal empire. Written by a young man who drank with real mobsters who prowled the same streets and died in a movie theater with a cigar in his hand. Scarface is the blueprint for every gangster epic that came after. But before Tony Montana, there was Tony Guarino, and the writer who gave life to him before following him to the grave. This is the story behind the story, about the novel that helped mythologize the American gangster, written by a man who seemed destined to become one himself. Armitage Trail was not the name given to our author at birth, but instead a pseudonym. His real name was Maurice R. Coons. He was born in 1902 in Madison, Nebraska. His father, Oscar, managed a touring opera, so young Maurice grew up on the road, surrounded by a variety of showmen and performers, likely fueling his own taste for the dramatic. By age 16, Maurice had quit school, utterly consumed by a passion for writing and a fascination with the shadowy world of crime. According to family lore, he was as obsessed with gangsters as other boys were with baseball cards. This early fascination led him to the pulps, a gritty, lowbrow corner of American publishing that was just beginning to boom. For the uninitiated, pulp fiction is not a genre, but a medium, named after the cheap, unrefined wood pulp paper it was printed on. Pulp magazines were like the fast food of literature. Cheap to make, cheap to buy, and devoured in enormous quantities by a hungry working class public. These magazines dominated the American newsstand from the 1910s to the 1940s, selling stories in every flavor of escapism imaginable. Hard-boiled crime, steamy romance, Wild West shootouts, jungle adventures, and ghastly horror from beyond the grave. Drama, danger, and spectacle was the name of the game. Paid by word count, pulp fiction authors were relentless. They would crank out 10, 20, sometimes 50,000 words a week to meet deadlines and fill columns. And because quantity mattered way more than quality, many embarrassed writers used pen names, sometimes dozens, to sell across multiple titles and genres. So Maurice managed to snag a writing job for one such publisher, turning out tales for various dime magazines. He quickly became known as an aficionado of crime stories. The pulps gave him a platform to hone his craft, but he'd soon turn them into a launching pad for something bigger. In the 1920s, he reinvented himself as Armitage Trail and left his family's home behind for the neon jungle of Chicago, the crime capital of America thanks to Prohibition. That's right, kids, there was actually a time when alcohol was illegal in the United States for everybody. From 1920 to 1933, the manufacture, sale, and transportation of alcoholic beverages was banned under the 18th Amendment to the United States Constitution. The idea, pushed hard by temperance groups, was that outlawing booze would clean up society. Less alcohol, fewer broken homes, fewer crimes. What actually ended up happening was The opposite. Instead of eliminating the demand for liquor, Prohibition created a black market for it overnight. Enter the bootleggers, gangs, and syndicates who smuggled whiskey into the country from Canada, brewed gin in their basements, and paid off cops and politicians to look the other way. The brunt of this business was centralized in Chicago, and the city became a war zone of rival gangs fighting for control over speakeasies and smuggling routes. Mobsters and syndicates battled it out on the street with Tommy guns and sawed-off shotguns. Bribery and murder were the daily cost of doing business. This was the world Armitage Trail willingly walked into.
Your skill has increased.
He wasn't interested in writing about this stuff from his armchair back in Nebraska. He wanted to see it up close, so he left his home and immersed himself in the Chicago underworld to help shape his writing. Around this time, he published his first standalone novel,
Your skill has increased.
13th Guest. It's a murder mystery, haunted house suspense story to help him pay the bills, but it was clear from the get-go that his real obsession was with gangsters, not ghosts. By day, he lived quietly in an apartment in Oak Park, but by night, he prowled the smoke-filled speakeasies and cabarets on the south side, rubbing shoulders with gangland's rank and file. A friendly Italian-American lawyer acted as his passport into this dangerous nightlife, introducing Trail to Sicilian mobsters who haunted backroom casinos and bootlegger bars. Trail became a nocturnal fixture in these circles, buying rounds of drinks and listening wide-eyed to battle stories and tall tales of men actually doing the business, quietly gathering material for a crime epic brewing in his mind. He took notes as to how the different gangs operated, the codes of silence, the flashy clothes and fast cars, and how to solve a multitude of problems with a single bullet. Trail was especially fixated on one crime boss in particular, Al Capone, the reigning king of Chicago's underworld. Capone's name was spoken in both reverence and fear in those days. He was the real Scarface, so nicknamed for the slash on his cheek, and America's most notorious public enemy. Capone had taken over Chicago's bootlegging empire by the mid-20s, turning it into a multi-million-dollar operation fueled by illegal liquor, extortion, gambling, and murder. He ran the city like a corporation, with speakeasies operating as storefronts, and he maintained comprehensive accounting records for his vast empire. He kept politicians in his pocket and cops on his payroll. To the public, he was a larger-than-life villain. To Trail, he was the perfect foundation from which to build his crime epic's main character. Now, as far as we know, Armitage Trail never actually met Al Capone face-to-face, but he didn't need to. Capone's presence loomed large over everything in the city, and Trail diligently absorbed every scrap of gossip and news about him. Trail once said that he studied Capone's organization
Your
and
skill has
persona
increased.
as a zoologist would observe a deadly beast in its natural habitat. The novel he was writing, titled Scarface, was to be a fictionalized account of Capone's rise, a pulpy blend of fact and underworld fiction. He openly drew inspiration from Capone's exploits, the bootlegging empire, the gang wars,
Your skill has
even the
increased.
scarred face, and twisted code of honor. Don't forget, this was a risky endeavor. Capone was very much alive and in power as Trail was writing this book in the late 1920s. One can imagine the young writer hunched over his typewriter in his Oak Park sunroom each morning, turning the morning's headlines and previous night's barroom intel into prose, all while knowing that the real gang boss he was writing about might kill him for what he wrote. When Scarface was finally published in 1930, it was a smash hit. Trail was just 28 years old, but he produced a novel that crackled with violent energy that readers had never experienced before. His research paid off in a big way. Unlike other gangster books of the time, Scarface felt real. The book was a hard-hitting portrait of a ruthless gangster's rise and fall, and readers knew just who the author was really writing about. As it turns out, Al Capone himself actually did become aware of Scarface. In fact, when the book's movie adaptation hit theaters, Capone reportedly sent a few of his men to have a pointed chat with the film's screenwriter. But despite any misgivings the real gangsters may have had, Trail's novel achieved exactly what he intended. It immortalized the Roaring Twenties gangland saga in striking detail. As I just mentioned, Scarface made enough waves in the reading world to catch Hollywood's eye almost immediately. Not long after publication, producer Howard Hughes came knocking on Trail's door with an offer to adapt the book for the screen. Trail sold the film rights to Hughes for an astounding $25,000, an enormous sum during the Depression, but Hughes was convinced that this story would put butts into theater seats. Thus, practically overnight, Armitage Trail went from hard-working pulp fiction author to a man flush with cash. And in the mid-1930s, he left Chicago behind and moved out to Los Angeles to be closer to the action of the movies. Trail's lifestyle in Hollywood quickly became the stuff of local legend. He overindulged in the high life, lavish parties, gourmet meals, quickly ballooning to over 300 pounds, which remember was quite the feat during the Great Depression due to food scarcity and the general economic hardship running through the nation. He donned a flamboyant appearance that turned heads on Sunset Boulevard, growing a flowing brown mustache and sporting a wide-brimmed hat, the same expensive Italian fedoras favored by gangsters like Capone. He hired a personal servant and rode around in a chauffeured car, often with a cigar clenched between his teeth. To put it bluntly, with his big advance from selling the movie rights, Trail entered Fantasyland and began play-acting the role of the kingpin and underworld boss he had created in Scarface. In short, he became the notorious villain himself. But, as these things usually go, along with the riches came the demons. Trail had always been a heavy drinker, and Hollywood only exacerbated the problem. As work on the Scarface screenplay moved forward, Trail slipped into a spiral of late-night parties that quickly took a toll on his health. He was still only in his 20s, but the months of non-stop cigars and booze and who knows what else quickly caught up to him. And
Your skill
after
has
an
increased.
epic 9-month bender, just 9 months after his novel had been published, Trail collapsed from a massive heart attack in the lobby of Los Angeles' Paramount Theater and died with a cigar in his hand on his way to see a movie.
A year?
He was only 28 years old.
28. He's
Trail's
stressed
sudden
out
death
so bad
sent
over it.
shockwaves through both the literary
He was such a
and
biter that
Hollywood
he like
communities.
postered
Here
his
was
way
this
into
bright,
death
young talent who had
at the age of
captured lightning
28.
in a bottle with Scarface.
This
only
is
to
what's
clear
wrong
out
with posers.
before
They,
the film
they,
had
they
even
think
wrapped
they can
production.
they
He
think
was
they can
buried at
gonzo.
Hollywood
They
Forever
can't.
Cemetery in an unmarked crypt. To this day, Armitage Trail is remembered for his meteoric rise and premature fall, which eerily mirrors that of his story's main character. As one crime fiction historian put it, Scarface prefigured the birth of hard-boiled crime fiction, heralding a new era of gritty realism in American thrillers. The man behind it was gone, but the madness he captured on the page was about to take on a life of its own. But before we examine Scarface's impact on film and culture, let's dive in to the blood-soaked pages of Trail's novel itself. Join me as we step into the streets of Prohibition-era Chicago and follow the violent career of Tony Scarface Guarino, the literary fiend that Armitage Trail created from the rib of Al Capone.
Armitage Trail is such a dumb name.
Oh, I'm doing costumes. The book opens with this line: Tony Guarino, destined to be the greatest of all America's notorious gang leaders, was 18 when he committed his first serious crime. And the cause, as is so often the case, was a woman. The tale then begins on a cold Chicago night in the late 1910s in a narrow back alley behind the Gaiety Theater, a burlesque house of flickering neon and peeling paint. A young man named Tony Guarino waits in the shadows. At 18 years old, he's a cocky Italian-American kid with slick black hair and street-hard eyes. Tony is loitering by the stage door alongside a pack of leering men and boys, all hoping to catch a moment with the dancers finishing the late show. But Tony's got eyes for one gal in particular, Vivian Lovejoy, a statuesque blonde chorus girl whose long legs and heavy perfume have utterly entranced him. In Tony's mind, Vivian is the pinnacle of glamour. Night after night, he has come here
I'm putting you on the camera, kitty, because in 10 years you won't be here, but you'll be this wonderful memory for me. And I'll look down at my videos, and you know, when I watch my videos in a while, and I'll see you here, and it'll make me very happy. You could be on the camera just like me.
Consistently trying to charm her, and night after night, she's turned him away with a laugh and a toss of her hair. Tonight, though, Tony is determined to change that. When Vivian emerges from the club in her green dress and gaudy imitation jewelry, he pushes his way to the front of the line and tries his best to catch her attention, which he does, but not in a good way. Recognizing his now constant presence at the end of each show, Vivian fixes her eyes on Tony with a cold, amused glare and shoots him down, dressing him down as a mere child who doesn't even have a car. Tony, trying to play it cool, quips to her that he is going to keep coming back every night until she agrees to a date with him. But the showgirl isn't impressed. She reminds Tony that he's a nobody, and then pointedly asks if he even realizes who her real boyfriend is. Tony's heart then sinks as she answers her own question. Her man is none other than Al Spingola, one of Chicago's prominent gang leaders. At the name, Tony feels a jolt of fear. Spingola has a famously short fuse and a gang of killers at his beck and call. He's not someone that you cross lightly. Tony's bravado falters, but his pride soon takes over, and he stubbornly tells Vivian Lovejoy that one day soon he'll be the one picking her up after each show. Vivian laughs and tells Tony to talk to her again once he's got a roll of cash and a flashy car for her to ride in. Right on cue, a big limousine draws up to the curb, and inside it is Al Spingola himself, dressed to the nines in a gray suit and diamond tie pin, with his eyes scanning around the street in case of hitmen. As Vivian climbs into the car, the gangster eyes Tony briefly, and the kid feels a chill of dread until the roadster screeches away. And it's in that moment that Tony's adolescent infatuation turns into something darker. Nobody is going to stop him from having what he wants, not even the town's biggest mob boss. Thus, the stage is set for Tony's first crime, the act that propels him on the path to infamy. The very next night, he returns to the alley, but this time he comes prepared. He scraped together every single dollar to his name, a wad of singles with a $100 bill wrapped around them to look like a fat bankroll. He's rented a flashy sports roadster from a guy who owes him, and tucked into his coat pocket is a blue steel revolver he bought that afternoon, the first gun that he has ever carried. He's dressed the part of the big shot gangster, and when Vivian comes out, Tony practically abducts her, grabbing her by the arm and insisting that she come with him.
Your skill has increased.
On the town. Initially, she's annoyed, but when Tony shows off the car and the roll of cash, Vivian's reluctance simply melts away, and she agrees to go for a joyride with him on the condition that they be discreet. See, Spingola is away for the night on business, and she doesn't want word getting around that she's going out with another fella. They go out for dinner at a fancy North Side restaurant and stay out until 5 in the morning. The book makes it a point to say that Tony's infatuation isn't necessarily physical, but rather the fact that he had mastered a woman much older than him, that he had gained power over someone thanks to his own cunning. The next night, ends in blood. Tony attempts to rendezvous with Vivian again, but this time Spingola has caught word of the betrayal and he shows up at the restaurant ready to kill. Fueled by adrenaline, Tony draws his revolver and fires. The gang leader drops to the floor with a bullet in his chest, and in a flash, Tony Guarino has committed his first murder. He quickly wipes the gun free of fingerprints and tosses it out of a window before fleeing from the scene. By the next morning, the underworld is abuzz with news that Al Spingola is dead. Sensing an opportunity, Tony's first stop that morning is to the saloon of one of Spingola's biggest rivals, an Irish mobster named Klondike O'Hara. And while Tony never outright confesses to offing the enemy leader, he drops enough hints that O'Hara gets the picture, and as a show of thanks, he offers Tony his protection. Tony then pays a visit to Vivian, who is still shaken up, but admittedly thrilled. Now that Al is out of the picture, she's ready, of course, to move on with her new man. Thus, within the space of 24 hours, the book says, Tony Guarino killed his first man, joined a regular gang, and took unto himself a common-law wife. But Tony's stunts have not gone unnoticed by the cops. Later in the day, he's abruptly picked up by the detective bureau, roughed up in an interrogation room, and accused outright of murder. When they produce the murder weapon, Tony holds his nerve and denies everything, even mouthing off to the increasingly angry policeman. Just when things seem like they're about to reach a fever pitch, Klondike O'Hara's personal lawyer bursts in with a writ of habeas corpus and demands Tony's release. The detectives are stunned. This punk kid isn't just some petty crook. He's protected. They have no choice but to let him go, and Tony walks out free. He soon finds himself then welcomed into O'Hara's Irish mob on Chicago's West Side. And after a series of increasingly daring side missions, he rises to the rank of O'Hara's lieutenant. For the first time in his life, Tony has the respect and the fear of other criminals. You see, unlike other soldiers on O'Hara's payroll, Tony sets firm boundaries early on. He does not do burglaries, he doesn't do petty stick-ups. His motto, I ain't risking a pinch for a couple of bucks. Unlike the other members of the gang, his mind is not on random acts of violence. It's on economics. Forget smashing windows. He leans into low-risk extortion, shakedowns across town disguised as protection plans. Store owners, parents, anybody nervous with money to lose. This new organized racket that he has devised proves scalable and efficient. Pretty soon he's raking in $300 a week for the gang, a fortune in the pre-prohibition underworld. He gets Vivian her own flat and convinces her to quit show business. He doesn't want anybody else ogling her legs but him. And she, of course, is happy to enjoy the financial stability and comfort that Tony supplies. But despite his changed life, Tony still chooses to live at home with his family, including his little sister Rosie and his older brother Ben, who is, in fact, a low-level police officer. Even though Ben grills him every night about his day-to-day activities and whereabouts, Tony plays it cool, dodging questions just enough to convince his family that he's clean. One night, Tony takes Vivian out for a date at a popular club downtown. Tony's profile at this point is approaching new heights, and his paranoia along with it. So he dresses up, packs heat, and even has a bodyguard following him at all times from a distance. While dancing with Vivian at the club, Tony spots a beautiful brunette named Miss Jane Conley, or as she is known on the streets, the Gun Girl, a legendary figure in underworld circles, so called because she acts as the gun carrier for various mobsters and hitmen throughout the region, assisting in murders whenever called upon. Tony is predictably awestruck, and Vivian is predictably jealous. While our guy is fixated on Jane, a drunk man starts flirting with Vivian and makes a move. Tony decks him hard and sends the man sliding across the dance floor. The man pops up and turns out to be none other than Captain Flanagan, the city's chief of detectives. Realizing who he just punched, Tony throws cash at the waiter and bolts out the door with Vivian. As he's dropping her off at her flat, a car speeds by and opens fire. Tony hits the floor just in time, barely surviving. But the fact that the would-be assassins seemed to wait until Vivian was clear of the car before shooting makes Tony
This guy's good.
suspicious.
Thank you,
And although
Austin
she angrily denies any
McConnell. I've liked and
involvement,
subbed to your
the
channel.
seed of doubt is planted in Tony's mind. The next morning, an embarrassed Captain Flanagan hauls Tony in for interrogation and makes it clear that he'll be putting men on him and the O'Hara gang 24/7, watching for any
Your skill has
illegal
increased.
activity. Meanwhile, word on the street is confirmed that Spingola's surviving mob has put a hit out on Tony, promising a big reward for whoever caps him first. Klondike O'Hara sees the heat coming down and urges Tony to skip town for a while to protect the gang. Tony's pride refuses, but not long after, some of Spingola's men ambush him on the street. In a tense shootout, Tony manages to gun down 3 would-be assassins in self-defense, narrowly escaping into the alleys before the police finally arrive. Stuck between the law on one side and vengeful mobsters on the other, Tony finally realizes that Chicago has simply become too hot for him to work in. If he sticks around, he will either end up behind bars or on a slab in the morgue. He's got to slip out of town and hide somewhere until the heat blows over. Luckily for Tony, history has intervened with an ironic escape hatch, World War I. Rather than continuing to dodge cops and hitmen at home, Tony abruptly enlists in the U.S. Army and heads out for the battleground overseas. In dark tones, Tony reckons that the Western Front is safer than the streets of Chicago. As he boards a train out of the city, he reassures Vivian that he will return soon. "I'm coming back, and when I do, I expect you to be waiting." "I will, Tony. Oh, I will," she answers, clinging to him, kissing him with great fervor and sobbing ferociously. "Oh, I love you so, kid. Please, come back to me." He kisses her with all the passion that had made him risk his life to get her, that made him kill for her, then hurried out with O'Hara, her sobs and pleas for his return ringing in his ears. Once in the army, Tony Guarino surprisingly thrives. Turns out all the aggression, cunning, and fearless bravado that served him in gang life make him an effective soldier on the battlefield. Trail writes that Tony has no hesitation when it comes to killing people in battle. The
Your
army,
skill
after
has
all,
increased.
officially sanctions the very skills that he honed as a street man. Tony learns to operate automatic weapons, and he discovers that he is a natural-born leader of men under fire. In one engagement, Tony is wounded fighting the Germans. It's a vicious injury that leaves him permanently disfigured with a long scar slashing his cheek, so that when he smiles, that corner doesn't, and gives his face an amazingly sinister look. World War I ends in 1918, and Tony is honorably discharged. But as he makes his way back to Chicago in 1919, he discovers that Tony Guarino no longer exists. At least, not on paper. Due to a clerical error, or perhaps the chaos of war, the Chicago newspapers had listed Tony among soldiers killed in action. His family has held a funeral, and because Tony's face is now altered by the scar, not to mention he is matured from a skinny teen into a hard-edged man, even those who knew him don't recognize him at first glance. This twist presents Tony with a remarkable opportunity. He can start fresh. The police, who once hounded him for Spingola's murder, think that he died in France. The gangsters, who wanted him 6 feet under, assume fate already did the job. His family, perhaps his one liability, are no longer an issue. For Tony, it's like being granted a new life. Upon arriving back stateside, Tony races to see Vivian. He hasn't written to her in months, but assumes that she has waited for him, just like she promised. He finds her name still on the mailbox, a light is on, but when he knocks, a man answers the door.
Nope.
Vivian appears in a nightgown and at first doesn't recognize him. The scar, the changed face, she's shocked to realize it's Tony. She hastily explains that she thought he was dead, the newspapers having reported it weeks earlier. Tony storms into the bedroom and finds the man's belongings mixed in with hers. Looks like Vivian didn't spend too much time ignoring. Overrun with fury, Tony draws his pistol and shoots her dead, then turns his gat on the man beside her. Realizing that his old life is now truly over, Tony makes a fateful decision. He sheds his old identity and rechristens himself Tony Camonte, a name untainted by any criminal record, and steps into the roaring 20s with a clean slate and a dangerous ambition burning in his chest. The Chicago Tony returns to is a changed city. While he was off at war, the United States embraced prohibition. The manufacture and sale of alcoholic beverages became illegal nationwide, and overnight, the underground found its golden goose. The city's criminal networks become organized, richer, and deadlier than ever before. What had once been ragtag street gangs running gambling dens and brothels has now evolved into quasi-corporations trafficking in liquor. With his economic skills, Tony senses that this is his time. War made him tough. Prohibition will make him rich. So he wastes no time getting back into gangland. Through underworld contacts, he finds a new outfit hungry for bold talent. In the novel, this is the gang of Johnny Lovo, the author's stand-in for mob boss John Torrio. Lovo runs a bootlegging and racketeering operation, and he's just the sort of stepping stone Tony needs. Starting as a mere hired driver in Lovo's outfit, Tony quickly impresses his superiors with his guts and efficiency. He's always eager for action. In fact, if things ever get too quiet, Tony gets restless and starts spoiling for a fight. Before long, he earns the nickname Scarface Tony, becoming a feared figure on the streets. He rises to become Lovo's right-hand man, eliminating competition and muscling in on various key speakeasies on the north side, the rival turf. As the months pass, Tony racks up a string of daring killings, drive-by shootings, ambushes, close-range hits in crowded restaurants, each one boosting his criminal stature. One by one, he wipes out anyone who stands in his way. One such mission has him donning a tuxedo and joining forces with the gun girl herself, Miss Jane Conley, to carry out a daring assassination at the Embassy Club, a high-profile venue. After the getaway, the pair strike up a romantic affair. With Prohibition's unlimited profits on the table, a massive war breaks out between Lovo's men and the North Side. The violence is so great that the district attorney orders both mob bosses to his office and forces them to declare a ceasefire, which, of course, is quickly broken. But Lovo soon grows tired of the constant street battles, and he decides to hand leadership of the gang over to Tony. Once in charge, he and Jane move into a luxurious apartment together, and Tony starts to clean house, getting rid of anybody in the gang that he feels isn't up to snuff. And before long, cements himself as the new king of Lovo's empire. But the weeding out of his organization threatens to come back to bite him. There are several chapters of Tony escalating the war with the North Side mob, and as the stakes get higher and higher, he begins questioning the loyalty of everyone around him. Several disgruntled former members and small-time South Side gangs band together and consolidate their power, causing Chicago to split into 3 rival syndicates. Tony foresees a grand battle for control brewing, and welcomes the fight. A bloody back and forth of assassinations turns Chicago
Sounds
into a
fun,
war
frankly.
zone. Drive-by shootings become frighteningly common. Tony equips his men with souped-up cars, bigger guns, and explosives, ratcheting up the arms race against his enemies. At one point, he orchestrates a massacre of rival gangsters in broad daylight. It's a scene directly inspired by the real St. Valentine's Day massacre of 1929, when Capone's henchmen slaughtered 7 members of an enemy gang. But in Trail's novel, the attack is foiled by the police, and a bloody back and forth between Tony and rival leader Schemer Bruno tests Jane's loyalty and the allegiance of every one of the main players. One by one, Tony picks off his enemies, and soon his grip on the city is absolute. He's richer than ever, a legend, with competitors too scattered or scared to pose any real threat. And for the first time, his attention turns to maintaining his authority by paying off practically
eyelash in
half
my
of the
eye.
police force,
Ah, it
as
hurts
well
so
as
bad.
several key political figures. But the seeming
There, I
quiet
think I got it.
soon starts to gnaw at him. Despite owning every speakeasy and casino in town, he craves more action. And action soon arrives when a brutal East Coast boss, Frankie Wales, sets his eyes on Chicago. At first, Tony laughs the threats off. He thinks that no outsider could ever handle him on his own turf. Then, the bullets come. One night, a machine gun tears through his hotel dining room. Only instinct and a fast duck under the table saves his life. His car is bombed, his warehouse is leveled, and soon it's war all over again. But this time, Tony's up against an invading gang with seemingly greater resources. And the story's next act has a twist that complicates everything. You see, all this time, unbeknownst to nearly everyone, Tony's family has still been living in Chicago, believing Tony Guarino died a war hero. His elderly mother prays for her departed son's soul, never realizing the crime lord making the headlines every day is her boy. Tony himself still keeps tabs on his family from afar. He even sends his mother generous amounts of cash disguised as an inheritance from some fake distant relative so that she can live comfortably on blood money without ever knowing its true source. Tony may be a monster to the world, but in his own way, he still cares for Mom. He refuses to let gangsters racketeer in his old neighborhood out of respect for her, yet he still stays away in person, thinking it better that his devout mother remember him as a fallen army son than to see what he has actually become. As well, Tony's brother Ben continues to rise the ranks of the police force, though thankfully he and his brother have yet to ever really cross paths in the field. Tony's little sister Rosie, however, is a different story. So by this point in the book, Rosie has grown from innocent teenager into a young woman doing what she can to get by in the cold city of Chicago. And one fateful night, Tony spots her in one of his hotels, going up to a room with Mike Rinaldo, Tony's best gunman and a notorious womanizer. All at once, Scarface Tony's blood runs cold. He storms up to the hotel room that they have rented, gun drawn, heart racing. Behind the door, his most trusted soldier and his little sister. She's a grown-up now, yes, but this is a line crossed that Tony simply cannot forgive. He bangs on the door. Mike, annoyed and unaware, opens it, shirt undone, hair messed up, grin cocky. One look is all Tony needs. In a blind rage, he snarls, "You picked the wrong dame this time." Confused, Mike reaches for his gun, but Tony fires first. 6 shots. Mike collapses. Rosie screams. In the room, Tony finally sees her, barely dressed, sobbing in disbelief. She mistakes Tony for a robber. It's been so long, and Tony's face has become so disfigured by the scar and the years of hard living that she doesn't recognize him. He barks at her to get dressed and leave. Minutes later, as Tony sits dazed in his office, the police storm in. Captain Flanagan, revolver drawn, leads the charge. Tony is arrested. He tries to weasel his way out through the usual means, legal tricks, bribery, but Flanagan and the district attorney are done playing. Tony's empire has simply become too big, too arrogant. No more deals, no more bribes. They haul him out in handcuffs, machine guns trained on him. His own men in the lobby watch in stunned silence. You see, the cops want Tony's monopoly on things gone. If he goes down, then they can split the gangs of the city all back up again. This restored competition on the black market will mean that the police can start demanding greater and greater bribes for whoever is willing to pay them. Plus, they have an ironclad case. Tony's sister is going to testify. She's told the police everything that's happened and will act as the city's star witness. You see, what Tony didn't know was that Mike wasn't hiring Rosie as a prostitute. They were husband and wife, having married secretly with plans to soon escape the madness of the city. Tony reels. He didn't just kill his best soldier, he killed his sister's husband. Dragged to a cell, Tony's legend begins to unravel. The illusion of the untouchable man shatters. The ensuing trial becomes a media spectacle. Tony Scarface Camonte, the city's most notorious racketeer, is set to finally see justice. But Tony's greatest fear isn't prison, it's exposure. If the world discovers that he's really Tony Guarino,
Your skill has
if
increased.
his family finds out, then the last corner of purity in his life will crumble. So, Rosie takes the stand. Despite whispered
Your
threats
skill has
and
increased.
even a $50,000 bribe to keep quiet, despite the willingness of his men, Tony will not allow anyone to touch her. He forbids
Your
them
skill
from
has
kidnapping
increased.
her, even rejects a plan to have her shot on the witness stand. Better for him to hang than to break his family's heart. Her testimony hurts. She places him at the scene, but under cross-examination, she admits that Mike did reach for his hip first. A small opening, just enough for Tony's attorneys to spin it perfectly, painting him as the misunderstood fall guy. And behind him sits 10 of his most dangerous gunmen, staring down the jury. The message is clear. Convict Tony, and you die. And it works. 14 minutes of deliberation, and the verdict is returned not guilty. Tony shakes every juror's hand, sends each of them a case of premium bootleg liquor. Outside the courtroom, his brother Ben, now a police lieutenant, sneers at Scarface. You'll get yours yet, big shot. Tony ignores him. He's got bigger fish to fry now. Mainly that Jane, his lover and supposed gun girl, has seemingly flipped sides while he's been in jail. Tony's paranoia at this point is totally off the charts. He suspects that she soon will turn a gun on him. At the same time, another threat has emerged. His own gang. Back at his headquarters, Tony is confronted by his top lieutenants. They have read in the newspapers that he, Tony, might retire from gangland. And they don't like it. And it's here that Tony realizes the terrible truth. Even if he decides to give up his life of crime and start playing it straight, the gang won't allow it. He's built a monster, and now it owns him. For all the fantasies Tony had growing up of running the city, now that he does, he's no longer free. He can never walk away, not without being taken down by his own men. So even though he is physically and mentally exhausted, Tony begrudgingly moves forward with the gang's plans for revenge against the police. They plan out an elaborate and swift assault, and by the next morning, Captain Flanagan is dead, riddled with bullets, and Tony trains his sights on the district attorney's office next. But life again throws Tony another odd curveball. The morning after Flanagan's assassination, the headlines deliver him a shock. His brother, Ben Guarino, has just been promoted to chief of detectives and publicly vows to hunt Scarface Tony down or kill him. And that night, another shock. At dinner, he spots Rosie working as a waitress at his hotel. She tries poisoning him, and when confronted, admits that she's disguised herself to try and avenge Mike's murder. Tony is stunned. Suddenly, even his own siblings want him dead. And it's here that Tony almost comes clean. He tells her he didn't know she and Mike were married. He thought Mike was preying on her as he had with other women, that he had acted to protect her. And for just a moment, Rosie sees something in Tony eerily familiar. But Tony keeps the scarred side of his face turned toward her, preventing her from connecting the dots. In a bittersweet moment, he lets her go.
And that's
saying,
how we got
"You're the
Two-Face.
only one who ever
That's
tried
the
to
opening
kill
scene for
Tony Camonte and lived to
Two-Face
tell
in the
about
Batman
it."
novels.
Then something shifts. And here
Is his girlfriend he gets burned very badly in a chemical accident because of hubris and stuff, and it's very bad, and he starts to lose his sanity because he loses his good looks, and he can't swing juries anymore. And in this whole thing about and so then he ends up being like the villain, and she doesn't know.
we have the novel's most intriguing moment. Back in his office, Tony writes a document, sealing it in an envelope labeled "To be delivered unopened to the Evening American the day after my death." The document is his confession to everything, the entire story of how his empire came to be. And unbeknownst to him, this document will one day blow up the corrupt city government, leading to, among other things, suicides of officials, a total restructuring of the police force, and a seismic political reckoning as every politician ever paid off by the mob is named. But for now, Tony doesn't care. He writes it merely to appease whatever remains of his long-abandoned conscience. That night,
Getting
Tony
CK
sets out
reps
for the South
sucks,
Side.
but I mean,
His
I'm
target,
gonna get
the
it. I'm gonna get it.
assistant district attorney.
I have to work on I've been in Brimstone so long too. I don't understand
Now
how
only
I'm
the
so
DA
low in Brimstone
himself
too.
remains.
I've done so many ECRs in Brimstone.
In the story's final chapter, the gun girl Jane Cowley finally completes her betrayal of Tony. After hearing that Rosie had been in Tony's office, she falsely assumes his infidelity and decides to turn him in to the new captain, Ben Guarino. Together, they set up an elaborate trap to draw Tony in to a final showdown. Tony thinks he's heading out to ambush an enemy gang, but instead runs face first into a battalion of detectives from the Bureau. Gunfire explodes on all sides. Tony tries to flee, but his car crashes, as does one of the pursuing squad cars. Wounded and furious, Tony climbs out, grabs his machine gun, swings it around to unload in one last hurrah, but it's empty. As he draws his pistol and aims at the approaching officer, he freezes because he realizes, in horror, that the man walking toward him is his brother. Despite having the beat on him, Tony only stares, his fingers refusing to move. Captain Guarino doesn't hesitate. He fires, and in the blink of an eye, Tony is shot in the head, finally meeting his fate face first, as he always said he would. Back at headquarters, Ben Guarino basks in the victory. He tells his fellow officers that Jane Conley tipped him off. Guess they had a fight, Ben shrugs. She's a good-looking dame, though. What he doesn't, and in fact will never know, is that Tony Camonte froze not because of a jammed gun, but because, for the first time in his violent life, he couldn't bring himself to pull the trigger. After all, not even a monster would shoot his own brother.
This was a good story.
Our George Trail's Scarface is a dark parable about the corrupted American dream.
Your skill has
Through
increased.
Tony's tumultuous story, Trail shows us the intoxicating allure of power and how violence is often the easiest way to get it. We watch Tony claw his way up from nothing, a poor kid who uses his guts and pure brutality to seize wealth and status beyond his wildest dreams, only to watch it all then crumble under the weight of his sins. But as I mentioned earlier, the frustration that I have with this novel is that while it doesn't shy away from depicting the collateral damage of Tony's ambition, his family destroyed, the city terrorized, the moral decay that sets in when crime is allowed to flourish, the violence doesn't seem to be the thing that's on trial. Trail is way more interested in weaving a biting commentary about institutional corruption. You see, all throughout Tony's terrible reign, the police and the politicians have tacitly allowed him to operate, so long as the bribes keep flowing.
Like they keep
the
coming,
servants
yeah.
of the people in this story only crack down on gang warfare when it starts to affect their bottom line or their polling numbers. It's an obvious, pointed critique of Chicago's corruption in the 1920s. After all, Capone himself enjoyed a measure of immunity by greasing the palms of city officials until the public outcry became too loud to ignore. In Scarface, law enforcement is often in on the take. Even Tony's own brother is implied to have risen the ranks in this crooked system, and Tony's power mostly goes unchecked, even in this story's most sobering moments. When it seems like he will finally face the consequences of his actions, we realize that the justice system itself has become so hopelessly manipulated through extortion that Tony is just going to keep getting away with it until
He
someone
just can't
worse
keep getting away with
overtaps
it.
him. And it's that theme that would eventually resonate through every gangster story that would come after this one. The idea that organized crime is as much a byproduct of societal rot
I bought
as it is
SimRail. Oh no, this was
individual
like a
evil.
demo.
Late in the
I
book,
think,
when
yeah.
Tony's trial looms, the author tells us that both the media and sections of the public had actually grown to love Tony. The newspapers found him a godsend during a period when other news happened to be scarce and devoted their front pages to little else. A certain cross-section of the populace who, through the papers, had followed his daring exploits for years had come to feel an admiration for this extraordinary man who had risen from vassal to czar. These people openly expressed sympathy for him and the hope that he would be acquitted. Everyone loves to watch Tony work until Tony shows up at their front door. By the end of the novel, Scarface Tony dies unmourned and unknown for who he really was. His fellow mobsters celebrate his death because now that the big guy has been bumped off, the power vacuum